Hello, my loves. Happy Friday. Let's go. The Indian restaurant on campus is accepting meal swips? Meal swips? Meal swips? I don't think I'm reading that right. That's okay. But I'm excited for the Indian restaurant. I like Indian food. Boop, 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 boop. I hope everyone's having a lovely motherfucking day. Today we're gonna start off with just some general tasks that I have for myself today. I wanna check out the enshrined stuff again just a little bit. Meal swipes, I can't spell. It's okay, no one can spell. Swipes are does that mean like you could go and like use your food stuff on it? I'm presuming. Or I'm like trying to retie my hair and it's like not cooperating. So I have so much fucking hair. Beep. So off. Instead of meal dollars that reset per semester, meal swipes reset every week. But hey, more variety is always good. Those are always nice. Okay. Everything open, I do. So I get far more meal swipes. That makes sense. Lots of nice food for you. Yeah, yeah. Um, um, Definitely, I was getting sick of not having any spicy food. You just gotta keep like a tiny. Have you ever seen those tiny Tabasco things? Tabasco bottle. You just gotta have one of those like little tiny Tabascos in your pocket. Yeah, you just have one of these in your pocket at all times. Um. Of the show off. Sounds good, Buster. Therapy is important, but your health is more important. So if you can't handle therapy, don't sweat it. Someone wants to knock me out. Maybe I can wake up before class and feel more alive. Just take a small nap. Taking naps are good. They're actually quite rejuvenating for you. Especially even if you don't fall asleep, even if you like go to lay down for like 30 minutes, it can help a lot. I mean that as someone who like loves napping but also loves being awake. Okay, okay, let me check. I could not take naps. I would fall asleep. That's valid. It's just something that you kind of have to train yourself to do at the end of the day. Hmm. Mm. Mm. Manually? Hmm. It says something there. I don't know. Sometimes you have to more options. It's basically unusable for more than a. Your crashes over weird bugs. Maybe what I need to do instead is no, because I don't want to change that. I could try regenerating subtitles. I think the video suggested 50. We can draw. Why did it not? I didn't create the new subtitles. 15. Okay, I locked that one. Thank God for blue light glasses because I could not look at my screen on it without with it on dark mode. That's valid. Some computers and like laptops and stuff do have like a blue light filter setting on it that can help your eyeballs as well, so you don't have to wear blue light safe glasses. I think my PC has it. I know Pixels has it because I've seen Pixels' computer change. It's not. Okay, so you don't have a night mode? Yeah, I think there's a night mode that makes it so like it helps with that kind of stuff. If I may ask, how are you sick? Because I have quite a few home remedies. Vex has got ideas. Okay, let's try this. I'll have to fix some wording again, but that's okay. DaVinci broken? What is happening? I was quite the sickly child. Oh, little poor Vex with little baby Vex with sickies. It is not closing. You're gonna have a night mode displays a fuck ton of orange separate from dark mode. Yeah. Close the wrong thing. Oh, okay, yeah, DaVinci broke. This new part, no editing. Hello, Rhino. Happy Friday. Is the same word, not the edited word on the caption. The same problem. I'm animating text and changing my character. Can you remove the subtitle effect and then insert it again? Yes, I have this issue too, but not in the preview window. Yes, it's unusable at the moment. And it's not enough. Oh, my brain. All day night mode gamers. Yeah? I think that sentence made sense. Have to make all the edits before the animation. You can see the spline edit controls when you go to the fusion track animation, but I don't know my way around them. But no, mess with it. Using said all the things said on through my head, on through my head, running through my head. To make a new Lord. Oh, ugh. Okay, man. Things moves that pops in and out. Resolve. Subtitle. Plugins. Like subtitles. Subtitle animation plugins. Any subtitles being an instant accurate plugin that automate animate section or something. I wonder if Snap Captions has a version of it. Because I have the free version. Text pack. Snap UI. Let me look at Snap Captions again, because maybe I can modify the Snap Captions one. Because that would be nice. Let's see. I don't need those anymore. No. Let's see. Let me see this. Free with pro animated subtitles. Captioning plugin. Beautiful Snap Captions, Snap Captions 2. Ooh. Ew. Oh. Oh. Vocal stem, you got it. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't murder. Don't murder. Sorry.
Eat me like a bug.
Eat me like a bug. Oh shit. Okay, so they have some pretty good ones. I actually quite like these, and these might work better for what I am trying to do. DaVinci for plugin to add. How much is it though? What? Some captions 2 beta is out. Why? I want to get it! What do you mean? Oh, I'm being pooted on. Wait, shit. Oh shit, where'd it go? Okay, I have to do it. I think I have to do it through Sammy. That's fine. Update, does this work in other languages? No. How do I install the fonts? Where do I get the turn? No! No, this would literally solve my problems! Oh my god! Wait, can I go? Oh! What if I use a different browser? Dude, this would literally solve my problems. And it'd be a tax expense. I gotta do those too. What the fuck? What is the issue? I'm trying to get this snap caption, but when I click the link to get it, it's like not working. Oh, it's free license from every editor. It's like not working. Like, I guess they're just broken. So there's two. Oh, their website's broken, so I can't get it. No, I'm upset. I am upsetty. I want to listen to the song. I'll listen to that song. Not working on the some locations. They have like a Discord. I get a little bit. I get a little bit. Join the Discord. Like lazy. I'm tired of joining Discords. I'm gonna be honest. I'm in so many Discords at this point. But I need these snap captions. It still doesn't work. Because when I click download the latest updates or to buy it, it still doesn't work. Freelance. Escape. Finish. It's actually a problem that all internet resources are going to Discord that can't. Internet resources are getting. Nope, I can't read that. You all, none of us can read or spell. Hi, Ghosty. How are you?
The water's boiling. Hello!
9:10. Let's roll back. Okay, so I can't. Okay, I have to roll back my DaVinci though. Oh, okay. Works outside of Chrome browsers? Okay. I don't have Firefox. So I guess I'll go download Firefox? I don't have Firefox. Oh. Hello. Huh. Honestly, yeah, it's good for testing stuff because it's not based on Chrome. Firefox is the real one. It is like cute. I like the logo a lot. I think Firefox has my favorite like logo. Okay. So I just want to see how much this costs, because if it's not too expensive, I will get it, because this would help me not only with uh stuff I'm working on, but also shit, I have so many tabs open. Hold on. I think I just need this one open so I can roll back my DaVinci. Oh, 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 heads are wasted. What? Please check. Man, where'd it go? Lemon? Lemon? Shout out to Waterfox, the side browser I've been using for so long, I forgot the reason. Water, earth, air, it all changed when the Firefox attacked. Okay, wait. Oh, my nose itches. Okay. Let me do it like this. And then grab your copy here. Snap captions. There we go. So the free version, what is the difference? I guess I should have looked at what the difference is really quick. Okay, videos. I should subscribe, because if I would have known about this before. Oh, snap captions too. Okay, okay, oh cool. Okay, okay. Okay. So, but okay, hold on. I gotta read stuff in their Discord. Or whooshy whooshy sounds. Thank you, Pixels. So what if you don't pay for the subscription though? Like, what if you pay the subscription but then don't pay for it after that? I need yes, both versions. Oh, not that. Oh, I think I just don't get updates. Hmm. Yeah, just probably no more updates and shit. That's fine by me. Okay, no, that's fine for me. Uh um I would try to see if free works. Yeah, okay, we'll try the free one first then. Maincoow@gmail.com. Then get the subscription for 1 month. Yeah. I mean, yeah, no, I agree, you're right. Instructions are on the way to your inbox. Okie dokie. Confirm. Boom, officially confirmed. Even if you do want to, that's valid. I'm back in Chicago, I feel it. Oh, the version of me I couldn't end. Hi Kiwi, I signed up for it, but I didn't get anything in my email for it. I need to wait a little. Be fine. But now I'm not. Might take some time. That's what I'm thinking. But the version of me I wasn't in. Go back to the end of beginnings. Okay. Then while that does that, resolve 20.1. Not the city out the man, you take the man out of the. Not the city out the man, you take the man out of the city. Not the city out the man. I'll give it a little bit. Small sites don't have the super fast megacorp email times. That's valid. I have to backdate my resolve though. Cancel. Oh, so. I have so many things in my thing. I don't want so many fonts. Oh my god. Okay. Do I need to do anything else here? No. I can close that. I can close Firefox, I think. I'm just gonna wait for the new update to download, and then in the meantime, see what you like about Arasaka, but they did have great email support. Wild. Alright. In the meantime, while I wait for stuff to download, I was asked by a mutual to make a thing for them. So I'm gonna try my best. We're gonna make a square. Tell me I'm wrong. Let's see. I just want this image. TY. Here's another one. Copy image. Just a better quality. Okay, cool. This one. I like the corner rounding on this. Right, perfect. Need a black border. Center. And these ones. I'm trying to remember what font that we used. I think I remember. So main stats. These ones. I think it's a Unity one. It's called this one. This one. Up one more, and then we're gonna center him. That's signature. What font? They use this font. Okay, cool. And then let's do this. Ooh. Oops. Okay, so main stats. Like this. We're gonna do a color, but we're gonna make it a gradient. And we're going to use these colors. Oh man. Oh, that's a blurry one. And then we'll go here. Remember September. I might remove that. So main stats. And then and do bevel and emboss. Remove that. We do an inner often. Our profile soften. I think it's this. Before. Let's see, does this help? There we go. So I like how this has like this on it. I know how to do this. Inner shadow. Make it yellow. Inner shadow, make it yellow, offset it. But make it a normal. 100%. Well, I didn't know if I napped, but I lay down for about 30. Good job! I'm so proud of you. Thank you. Thank you for laying down and at least trying it. I appreciate it a lot. Good job. Thank you. I'm really happy that you tried, at least. Even if it wasn't like, even if you didn't feel like it was super successful, I'm still really happy that you tried it. There was a nap. Canadian laid down for a little bit. I didn't. My brain's a little hot wired right now, so I'm like, I want to try to get things done today. Cause I want to play Minecraft and Doom, maybe. Please, please. Find a way to let me down slowly. The sympathy I hope you can show me. Where we wanna go and I'll be so lonely. Maybe let me down slowly. Okay. No, put this down for now. Okay. Main stats. And then myself from falling down. Myself from falling down. I feel like my face is a little warm oh my god. Whereas I feel cold, so I don't know what's going on, but I'm gonna push through class as long as I can. I did say I have to uninstall it. It's probably because you were laying down. Blood rush goes to your face when you lay down. Hey, baby, let me down slowly. DaVinci. Mom has given me the good pain pills. Yeah, yay! Thanks, Mom. Oh, okay, perfect. Damn, yeah, my love was fake. Oh, yeah, what's the promise of? Have you loved me in my face? Across me, I'm such a fake. Oh, it's showing my love was a fake. Oh, yeah, what's the promise of? Signature. It'll be this color. I'm hoping to fall asleep and just try existing tomorrow. That's a good plan. I like that plan. Not every day has to be a successful day. I like it like that. Yeah. And then this is where the normal text comes in. Now you double cross me. Strange, you my lover was a snake. Pretty little liar, what's it gonna say? Tell me that you love me when time's in my face. But you double crossed me. Now you touch a fake. Spelled signature wrong. What the fuck? Signature. Oh my god. No one was gonna tell me that I spelled signature wrong. Double cross me. Don't touch a fake. I'm in pain and I deserve it. If X is still here, tell her to cuddle me because I'm still in pain. Okay, sounds good. You can also add them in the Discord if you want in safety blanket. I think that would be a good use of that. Four piece star disco and 2-piece wood. It's gonna be a little bit wider, I guess. This is funnier. Okay, sounds good. Valid. Hello, condemned. How are you? Alright, hold on. Okay, now I'm just gonna check my email one more time. Oh. Always do it for the bet. That's crazy. Let's see. I almost want to make this bigger, in my opinion. I don't condone betting. That is good. Having money is nice. Let's see. Bet 29. The thing's not on right now. It will be on later. Bet nothing. Yeah, good. Yeah, just don't bet. Oh. Yeah, no, I think that's fine then. Yeah, thing's not on right now. I can turn it on though. Since I'm just doing normal workies, I can turn it on. But when we play the games later, I'll probably turn it off. You'll be distracted. It's not on yet. You gotta wait for it to appear. Calm down. Oh. There you go. To open a thing. This one have it? Those things like it. Lizard. It's just lizard. You just type lizard. 26. 828. This one. This also doesn't have. There you go. I'm hurt? Why are you hurt? What's the matter? Oh. Okay, and then so this is the header, and then this one I'm down to be a little bit smaller. I'd also move this. I think this gets inverted. I say that, but it also looks like there's a gradient. Here. And it does go to black, but I'm going to rotate it. It's interesting that's not as smooth as I was hoping for. It's alright though. Yay, I'm $58 richer! Yay! You wanna see how much Vex has? Oh, the outline is also a gradient. Interesting. Pookie is so rich. They are. Gradient. I want this one to go in the opposite direction. Oh, I guess I could do this. And then take the S one that's on top. Just make it a bit small. Remove the border. And this one. And this one. Oh god. Mew, you're so cute. Hi, my love. Saturation. Here we go. Okay, there we go. And then I think I kind of want to do one where it's like this. So it would be just like this one goes on top. That. Put this away. We're gonna group these and make those the background. I'm gonna take this out, turn this off for now. Oh wait, not that one. It's this one. And then I'm just going to make it smaller. And I'm going to round the corners. There we go. And then I gotta make the outline a bit thinner. Like a 3, I think. Yes. And then this can go back in here. Exactly. You miss every shot you don't take. There you go. But this one needs to be lighter. Fully equipped. Okay, I need another text thing. Get out. DMG. You know what? What's up? Days. Diff damage. Oh! What happened? Oh! 200 even. I don't know if I have that much. Well, it didn't deny me, so. I'm gonna take a risk. Sounds good. Um, damage. Looks like CMD electric damage impact is the longest it can be. So let's do that. CDMG percent attack percent impact. I'd rather have them all be capitalized. Probably do all of these. And like the biggest number is 608865. One 6939 and 100. Wait, damage rate. I see. Impact percent. All these that have a gamble for everything and risk it all. Yep, that's what Vex does. 100. This one's fine. This one has enough room. This one needs to be center. Please. Center. No, poor, stay poor. Oh, it's okay. And then there needs to be another, like, informational thing at the bottom. So I will do that here. Like that. And then I'm gonna take the rectangle. It's give. It's give instead of gift. That's okay. It's a new tool that we get to play with here, so that's understandable. Okay, so now another text box that says anything not CRN. For difficult. So super difficult to build and exchange a very small gain, not worth for 99.98% of players. I like this symbol that they have here. I might remake that. Okay. What? It's not a big deal. Means a lot to them, though. Just because something doesn't mean a lot to you, don't mean it don't mean a lot to them. Might make this a little bit smaller. I might make this actually left justified. And default that. It's a little bit thicker than that. Maybe it just needs to be thinner.
The salami lid.
The salami lid won't fit. Oh my god, the salami lid's not fitting!
Won't fit the salami lid. Salami lid ain't gonna fit like that.
Holy shit, that scared the fucking tits off of me, dude.
The salami lid.
Go. But then we will make it this color. There. And then this font will be this. Then what you doing with the Zenless screen? I am being commissioned by a mutual for their informationist. For their informational videos, they want to display these stat differences, but they want to do it in the style of the Zenless UI, so I'm making it for them. Locking you out like a lullaby, and the sound breaking in your mind. It's done, done, done. The purple. I fucking love gambling. Good lord. Huh? 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 Is that huh for me? Is that huh for me? I don't actually know what's happening. You and savage. We shall sacrifice goats. I mean, chatting. Bing, 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 bong. Bing, bing, bong. Bing, 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 bong. Thank you. That shit makes me so happy. Duel? Okay. Update, by the way, how's it going? I got one. I'm here. I'm ready for it. How's it going? Did not accept it. Also, I'm gonna put a cooldown on the fucking roulette, guys. But what's your update? First comes in. What's all left? Cookie, I'm second. You are. Dun dun dun.
Bing, bing,
Bing bong. Bing 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 bong. Bing bing bong. Bing 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 bong. Okay, roulette. Roll timer count. Cooldown timer. I'm making it 60 seconds. Max and better. I'll make the roulette volume a little bit louder. I kind of like it. No, it's fine. Okay. Scam. It's not a scam. You didn't lose money. You didn't lose money. Tyra was quick today. Not only did she have to pay for medical bills, she had to pay for every penny she took from her man's. Damn. I'm surprised that the trial went through so quickly, but maybe it's been in works for a while now. Excuse me. I want to have my queen. No. Sorry, Pixels. Sit. I want them to face the other way. Face the other way. Okay, hold on. No, 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 I was too slow. I was in another screen. Oh. There you go. Oh, that was a big hit. I think I'll win though. Oh! I win. Plus all my money, it's fine. It is fine. I win. I win. Actually, I want... Where's Pixels? Yeah. Streamer won. Streamer win! I'm not evil! It's not my fault! It's not my fault. Cancel her, please, yo, casual B. I'm just doing my best to be a good little guy, you know? And I think it's kind of unfair that you guys just want to cancel me. You know? Because, like, I haven't done anything wrong. Guys. I haven't done anything wrong. It's not my fault that you're all gambling addicts. I'm not an overlord. I'm just a little lich mara, little baby. No. But guys. I just wanted to make people happy. I love you guys. I give my all for you guys. And the things that I get is betrayal. I don't hate you guys. I love you guys. I hang out with you guys every day. Uh, Chad doesn't like me anymore. Chad thinks I'm evil and I've literally done nothing but do most of the things that they ask for except for like 1 or 2 things. Ow. Ow. You guys are so mean. I literally can't beat up you guys. I guess stream's over then if you all hate me now. I guess we'll just end stream. It's over. Oh, no battle royale. It's over. You guys don't like me anymore. Can't believe stream for no reason. Let's cancel chat. Thank you, Canadian. Somebody gets me. Who made it? Chat made me cry. Chat made me cry. Chat made me cry. Chat made me cry. They said I'm evil. They cancel me and they hate me.
I am under the water. Please help me.
Don't cancel stream. You're so sexy. Okay. Okay, I guess. To the corner, which I thank you. I go in the corner. Where the curves? I'm just trying to do my due diligence as a mother to make ends meet. You know, I'm just trying to make ends meet right now. Oh, also, I saw your clip for Val. It was really good. I liked it. I saw it on the twitchvod. Elaine, you can't be canceled. You have amazing booba. You know, boss, I'm gonna be honest with you. I wish having good titties meant shit like that, you know? I wish having good titties meant that you could never be canceled. I got a nice rack, but I don't think that's how that works. Thanks a lot, of course. Mad respect. Really liked it. Oh, it's black. This is black. Makes sense. Makes sense. Unfortunately, most viewers have nice titties and still get canceled. Yup. Yup. Stat info. So it should be layout, image rate should all go in stat info. Base stats go in here. I know base stats this. Boogies have what doing? Vex, what are the winning lotto numbers? Three. For the rest of them, you have to pay me a small loan of $1 million. No, just 3 trusts. So is it like, so are you saying that it's just 3, like, how many numbers are in, like, the lotto? Like 4, I think? So it's just 3, 3, 3, 3? Or is it just like, literally just 3? I think... I should go here. Oh, Bang! No, our POV, I'm at your door. Oh, Bang! Sorry, I was taking a drink of water. Hi, love. How are you? How was your stream? How was Pokemon? Thank you so much for the raid. How are you doing? Oh my god, all the beans are getting exploded. Hello, raiders. How was your stream? Oh shit, everyone be normal. Buster just lost 3,000. Hi, it was fun. I found a random shiny Trapinch. Ooh, did you like the colors? Did you like the colors? Ooh. Sorry, I was trying to adjust my chair, then I slipped out of it. Well, hello! I hope you had a great stream. If you need to raid and rest, feel free to do so. Your health is the most important to me. Otherwise, I hope you have good vibes. They're pretty good colors. That's good. I'm glad. I'm glad. I think I need to, hold on, I need to disconnect this really quick. I don't want it doing every time actions. Command, hug, input require. I just don't want it putting chat messages every single time. Word, loopbot mod. Yeah, I'll probably lurk. Thanks for being awesome, Elaine. Thank you for being amazing, Lav. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Dude. This one is fine. Save and exit. I think that's all I wanted, right? The giving one. Yeah, I think that's the one. Thank you guys for coming in. I hope you enjoy the time we have here. I think this should be white. Apart, don't think so hard. Oh. Oh. Right on my shoulder. Thought it was wonderful. Oh, awesome. Oh, she loves me. Don't need to remind me. Okay, this is CR. Metric. Damage percent. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna make this a little bit smaller then. I'm burning up high, Hakasama. All across the world. Or just left justify it. So fast. More different than me. I'll be free. You don't need to remind me behind me. I see you all the time. It's like a fever, burning alive like a sound that across me. Oh. Three, 1, 2, 3, 4. Thank you for the hug. Alright, so this is... I'd prefer it if it was this. Honestly. DK, impact percent. CTMG, oops. MG, impact percent. That one. Jalapeno cheddar cheese. It's delicious. Who want me? Warning. What chance do y'all give my H3 VR game to run? I believe in it. I believe it's got this. 2, 10% chance. Damn, that's low. Sorry, me and Cheese got some beef, and I don't need anyone trying to weigh in on that. I like that. That was pretty good. I'm happier than ever. It's a lot of yeah, but I believe. Relate to you. I don't relate to you, no. How far you treat me this shitty. Make me hate this city. I don't talk shit about you on the internet. Never taught anyone anything bad. That shit's embarrassing. You are my everything. It was make me fucking sad. Don't waste your time, I won't have. Don't wanna make me feel bad. I could talk about any time. And she's followed up on time. You did. and everything good. 3.15. Made all your moments your own. Just fucking leave me alone. Oh. 164. 90.90. Five, six, 7, 181, 101, 624, 888, 612, 553, 457. Lizard! Oh my god! Why can I have one? Oh, that's so cute! Oh my god. That's so cute. Duel. Oh yeah, you had the bet. You have the bet. I didn't make it my answer. Yeah, please. There you go. Wait, I did it wrong. Oh, you should have 15. Lizard. Happy kisses, dirty wishes. 1, 2, 3, yeah. 4. What happened to the 4? What do you mean 4? 98. What? Wait, did I do it wrong? Oh, it's currency give. What? But he has 98. What? Thank you, Kiwi. I believe in you. I believe in you. Oh, did you use it last night? Is that why? Love you, wife. Love you, wife. Thank you for the song request. Oh, that's valid. Oh, message. Warning message. Me too. Oops. CR subs equal AVG. AVG. 9667. Disk. Mm-hmm. Might be playing Peak, so look for now. Have a good time playing Peak! I will make it to the top! Yes, how fun you? Mm-hmm. 15 for the lizard. I'll look to see if I can get a VGen link. Okie dokie. I could probably also make my own one. I'm just busy. I'm just busy. And lazy. Okay. And now I'm gonna do the thing that I do because this isn't paid for. What the heck? Alright, now is it up there? What? Mm-hmm. 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 Comment underscore. Hey, wait. For this asset, what should I charge for it? Because it's a one-off asset that I'm making that they can edit and redo at any time and use for all their videos. I love Yanglor. That took me like, I felt like, probably like an hour to do, give or take. So things. What do you charge for overlays? Let me check. I think it's like 30? I feel like it's 30. Services. With the bump kicks. Overlays. A stream schedule is 15. Stream overlays are 45. But those come with, I think, 3? I think those comes with a starting soon, just chatting a BRB. Does the header main stats? I want my thing. Hey Lane, this is the wrong song. It is. But I think Chaler got you? Yeah, Chaler fixed it, so it should play after. But I will refund Chaler. I think 15 to 20 is fair with your prices and the fact that it's a customizable. Cool. Too late. Uh... Get appreciated, yes sir. Go. This needs to get rasterized. And so this doesn't need to though. Think of a head pats. Rasterize those. Rasterize this. Yeah, like this icons or dividends we added. Pat, get appreciated. And this goes back in here. Alright, now let's try these guys in the stat info box. Video editing commissions on dump example. So like this. Colton. I forgot I have to like resize it first. This back. It is a really good song. I have to answer a message on VGen actually. Of course, Kiwi. I'm gonna be honest, I'm usually a bit lazy with those, but for you, I really wanted to like actually, you know, like do the time and the work and shit to put in the info. Stat info text. Info. The beat first. Text out. Character. Header. Alert message. Small alert. Warning message. This needs to go with the warning message. 1, 2, 3, 4. Stat info text. It's gonna bother me. I think I need this to scoot. No. Decide if I'm gonna make my own PhD or if we're gonna commission one. Both. Another update. What's going on? What's happening? Let me hear it. Lay it on me, Lorenzo. Think about it. And you may come over again. Come over again. Come over again. My sister has tea. I have the best. Oh, that's cute. Wonder what I have now. You say, come over again. Come over again. Over again. Alright, do a little art. Not the attention, or do you get bored? I like that while you have people on the road. What is this one? Pain she's Hello. Oh, I said hello. She's been going on about how she wants to get married, but knowing her, she is joking. Damn. What is the update though? There's an update. Oh, I think it was just a like a language update, I think. Thank you for the cheek mat. I think I'm gonna go to the restroom really quick before we start this, so I just want to see something really quick. Oh, bam. I think it's fine overall. Okay, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go bathroom. Everybody take a piss break. I'm back! I heard gambling. Okay, if the cooldown is individual. Is it? I don't know. Kiwi! Are you cool if I do the next... She's back, run! No, don't run, I'm here. I wanna hang out. Are you cool if I do the next batch of the next mission for scripts for enshrined? Ooh, I could stream it. Because I got the rough cuts rendered, and then I can just do the broad summaries of what it's about, and then we can use the group chat for more information. You want? Man, this is the... Yeah. I suspect you put it in already? Okay, yeah, I mean, I should have. To be fair. My requests. Kiwi. Kiwi. Sept. Oh. Oh. Our deadline. Be next Friday, I think. I'd like 4 scripts on the following enshrined topics. Crafting system, craft system, nectarine, rune dragon, ember bloom, flint beaks, variety of environments, and more detailed information provided in group DMs. And then I think you can adjust the price, right, to 16 for the multiple scripts. So if you can, I can put it in the tip after, however extra I owe you if you can't. And go. Remember you told me that it needs to be a no. Maybe that's one thing I do. Yeah, I can. Okay, cool. I wanna lose it again. I'm not like him. Nothing. To love somebody, that's what it's gonna be me. Not no choice, babe. Move on, no. Want to wait. Just you see, it's gonna be me. Oh, that's just I just slapped my monitor with my tablet. Said again, I'm not like them. You finally get to love somebody. That's what it's gonna be me. Oh. comes the day when I'll be the one you see. It's gonna it's gonna be me. 30, yeah. Yep, you are correct. I wanna lose, but I'm not like that. Everything I do, you're enough for you. I'll lose it again. I'm not like that. Love somebody, well, gonna be me. Love seems enough for you. Oh my god. Yeah. I'm not like them. Get to love somebody. That's what it's gonna be me. Give the emotion answers to everything. So disappointed. See me unravel so easily. Thank you for the song request. It's only everything I know. Only change. Only changing. I'm just gonna adjust these a little bit. And take this guy. Oh, I thought it lagged. Okay. One thing that's constant. Alright. There are the straps. But I need to do like a flip. Yeah. There we go. Ooh, now I just need 7 more follows and 1 more unique review and I can get verified. Woohoo! I like that the barrier to entry is less for those when you seems like when you get a code. Nice. I love this song. I love this song. My fire, one desire, believe when I say I want it that way. Our two worlds apart, each to your heart. When you say I want it that way, tell me why it ain't nothing but a melody. Tell me why it ain't nothing from a mistake. Tell me why I never wanna hear you say I want it that way. The order pushing me over the 100 This order pushed me over the $100 in the last 30 days and I already had a oh okay, so it is the same. I thought it was different. I don't know why I thought it was different. I want it that way. You ain't nothing but a heartache. Ain't nothing but a mistake. Tell me why I never wanna hear you say I want it that way. Now that I see that we're falling apart from the way that we used to be, yeah. No matter the distance, I want you to know that deep down inside of me, you are my fire, my one desire. Believe you are love. Don't wanna hear you, nothing but a heartache. Ain't nothing but a mistake. I never want you to say I want it that way. Nothing but a heartache. Ain't nothing but a mistake. I never wanna hear you say I want it that way. Ain't nothing but a heartache. Ain't nothing but a mistake. I never wanna hear you say I want it that way. I want it. I fucking love that song, dude. Thanks for playing that, Shayla. That's a good fucking song. I'll listen to this one. Oh, I like this song too. As younger. There you go. The only thing we need to do left are like the sleeves. I don't have my sleeves yet, and my bow, I think, are the main things left. Oh, Ophelia, when the mind goes signs of blood. Oh, Ophelia. I'm gonna change the color that I'm using just so I can see better. I look at it, remember that myself. I closed it, but. This one. I think the sleeve on this part would be like back here. Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna do this one a new layer. Our pizza now. How's pizza? And then hold on. Okay, there we go. It's good? I'm glad. Get to the good part. Okay, so Control Shift N. It's like here. Then we have like oh. So hard. Get to the good part. What kind of pizza is it, Buster? I didn't take my meds today. I didn't take my meds today. Fuck. No wonder I'm so conflicted on everything in life. Oh. I have a giant bag of pizza sauce, so I'm going to make some. Oh, we'll get you a pizza sauce. Sounds kind of good, though. We had pizza last night for dinner. This was made homemade pizza. We got the dough from Trader Joe's, but it was still. It's in the oven. Well, what kind is it? I wonder what kind is it? I'm at today, and I gotta go visit my doctor before I can get more. Oh no! Ooh, that reminds me. I should. Isn't it? Oh, okay. 1 second. I'll look at it. Let me just try to fix this too. Hold on. Oh my god, Tetorus. Let me see. Oh fuck! That looks good. Is that avocado? No, that's pepper. Bell pepper. Still looks good though. Oh wow. I took up the picture while wearing sunglasses. Interesting. I don't know if I want to do this like this. There you go. Yeah, I like that. I had to turn the light on so you could see it. And I see it, and it looks fucking delicious. Alright, now I can go back to regular. I'm pretty sure this other sleeve would sit here. I'm gonna be honest, I'm surprised this song didn't summon Vexed. That was like really good. Okay. About that, did you request it? You did not. I knew you would be here. Come back in the shoe. No, no, come out of the shoebox. Come out of the shoebox. No, I came back right as you mentioned me. Oh, okay. Well, hello. Chat, I'm conflicted. Should I play Minecraft or Doom? Because I realized that I want to play Minecraft because I've been having a lot of fun in the Minecraft server building my house and creative. But at the same time, it's kind of like art where I'm just doing something as a creative outlet in a way. But Doom is like a video game. It'll be fun to watch. I'm at Halo Wars, so I'm running a match as a heretic, which is very funny. Heretic? How are they different than a normal game? Shapes aren't making sense in my brain. Shapes don't make sense. There we go. Okay, wait, no, we're dead now. Okay, let me just turn these off for now. So he's pretty thick though, isn't it? This might just be a sketch of this. I like Connor Price. I like his music so far. Is he the one that made Winnebago? I don't think he is. Never mind. I don't actually know who he is. How does Tell draw my sleeves? Okay, I see. I was playing as Sesa Refume, one of the first Sangeli, to realize that the prophets lied to them and rebel immediately because the arbiter Thel Vadum to rebel, causing the destruction of the covenant. Ooh. I like it. Hmm. Hmm. See, layers is on. Oh, this isn't on though. Wait, what? Something like, oh, what the fuck? Thank you for the song request. Also, man, we got this banger. But the banger. I like it when I see videos of guys singing the Halo song in the bathroom. I think it's funny. It's always so fucking perfect. It is. And there's always so many of them in just one bathroom. Like, could you imagine if, like, someone was shitting in there and then it's like, they're like, oh my god, like, they're like, cool, this is like a secluded bathroom, no one will come in here. And then they fucking hear like a bunch of guys come in and be like, yo, dude, like, what if we fucking sung in here? And the guy that's like trying to take a shit is like, what do you mean? No. And then they like do the whole video and he's just sitting in there waiting. Probably missed like 2 classes at that point. Also, where are my babinos? My bambinos are in an area where they shouldn't be spawning. Girl, I joined with my pants still down. That's valid. But like, what if they're an anxiety pooper? You know? Alright, girl, where's Mia? Excuse me? Excuse me? Excuse me? No. Hey, but I work in this ass. I want people to stare. Oh, Mew, don't fall off again. No, Mew. There we go. Now they're watching me work. Buster. Oh, you have the little, like, singular antenna. That's cute. Look at you, cute. I just learned to poop in shitty situations. It's fucking crazy, dude. A lot to ask. I came in here to have a good time, not a shit time, you know? Don't stare unless the booty is shoved in my face. Giggity. Good use of giggity here, I think. Guys, did you ever help me pick if I should play Doom or Minecraft? So I feel bad we haven't played Doom this week. At the same time, I just kind of want to go play Minecraft. I don't know. I vote Minecraft. I say Minecraft. Okay. Thanks, guys. Oh shit! I like missed a whole fucking part of this. I don't know what's happening, but I think we're bumping. I think. Alright, and then let me also sketch the bow. How does Tell draw my bow? Yeah. Does my like songs have that one song? It doesn't. I'm so confused. My like songs have been getting like so like confused. Cause like I add songs from TikTok that I like. What's a song? Fuck, what's the song? That's Marry Me gets made in a few days. Oh my god, you have to take pictures! I want to see what color it turns out. I want to know what color it turns out to be. Dun, 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 dun. Whoa! Sorry. I forgot my audio was on. The woman was married. Fuck, I wish this one was on. Dude, guys, I found this one. Hold on, wait. Wait, listen to this. That's fucking VeggieTales ass B. If you like to talk to tomatoes, if a dunk can make you smile. Fuck, where's that song that I saved? Oh no.
Bing, bing,
Bing bong, bing 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 bong, bing bing bong, bing 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 bing. Fuck it. Ran, but my controller died? What ran? What ran? The enemy? Bitch? Not that one. No, where is it? Where's the song? Oh. I'm asleep. Yeah, the voice is in my head. Hold on. Oh! Damn. Unfortunate. Yeah, there we go, found it. I should sleep, but the voices in my head, they go. The voices in my head, they. Bow shape. Bow shape bad. What's in my head, go. I'm just running down to the student union. They probably sell batteries. Oh, yeah, they probably do. I believe in you. Be safe, don't trip. My head, they go. Down. And this bottom part is bigger. The voices in my head go. The voices in my head go. But the voices in my head go. Voices in my head go. Oh. Wait, so there's my bow. I don't want to edit this like bit. Ooh, is this a cover of Achilles' heel? Or does this happen just to be a song that is also called Achilles' heel? It's the voice of Aphrodite. Oh my god, it's gonna be so good. Oh my. I don't like this bow. I don't like this bow shape. I don't know why. Does it come up more? Honestly, we could just skip this song. So I'm very interested in how this sounds. This is a different song. Thought it was like the other Achilles song, but I like this. Fuck, it's closed. I'm trying 7-Eleven. I believe in you. Be safe. Do not trip. Thank you for this one, Telemachus. Oh, I like that they're all like making their own music. They're like didn't become like, I guess, like stalemated after like Epic. They like just decided like, because I believe that Hermes has made quite a few like songs that have collaborated with, I think, the other people from Epic. I have like a inkling that these horns are supposed to face like this way. Um, that's pretty good. Oh, I don't have a tail. I can sketch the tail really quick. I think I've heard this song before. He sounds so different. No, this is a popular song. I've heard this song. He was promoting quite a bit after Epic. Okay. Yeah, because I've heard this song before. How many listens does this one have? This one has 8 million listens. Huh. I added another one of his songs because apparently we've listened to it before, so I'm gonna get interested. He has another 14 million. Yeah, Homesick. Yeah, I've definitely heard this one before. Okay, I don't think this. I think that's not too bad for a tail. I'll work on that more tomorrow. I'm in D&D. But now it's time for Minecraft. What? Oh, my pen just fell. Oh. God damn it. Oh, rubby feet that I fucking glued onto my keyboard came off again. This thing has 17 million listens. I'm like, never heard that. Like, it was recommended before. That's why it's like one of the ones that I have saved, but it's like, I feel like I should recognize it more. Check one thing. Oh, I don't have my thing here. At least I do. Hear me. Oh, okay. I like this song. This guy makes music in Minecraft. Holy fuck, these are expensive. The batteries? Are they rechargeable at least? At least try to get rechargeable ones. Magic, baby. 14 for 8. 14 for 8? I feel like it should be 14 for 16. Huh. Huh. What kind of batteries are they? Are they special? Ordinary. No. You feel like magic to me. My Minecraft is loading. Just normal AA. Damn, that is kind of expensive. Magic, baby. Joys fly amazing. Battery materials are getting expensive thanks to all the electronics and recycling not being profitable. Damn. 14 for 16 would be bad around here. It's usually... Oh, so how much would that be? Calculator? 16 times 0.5? $8? Oh. Oh, yeah, yeah, okay, because math, yeah, half, because, yeah, okay. Yeah, that's valid, I think. This is pretty. Magic, baby, yours fly crazy. Ordinary. look at inspiration, because I'm like, I don't know if I want to keep my walls wood, because like everything's like wood. I'll swear later, but for now I wanted my damn batteries valid. Get the cheapest ones you can get. With my darling, as I should. Cause I like the white, but it's like maybe it's quartz. I'm gonna use a Kirkland because they're dirt cheap. Kirkland is good for like bulk. Kirkland's great for bulk. It is Costco's brand. I like their Kirkland brand salami. Really good. Driving with my darling. What about bone? I think there was maybe too much texture in the bone, but I can check. Okay, I loaded it. Is Tricky on? Tricky is on. Because right now I have polished sandstone, and I think it looks alright. But bone might be good, because it's like a I feel like it's a bit more creamy colored. I'm so bad there isn't a Kirkland brand pop. I'm so sad there isn't Kirkland brand pop. Is there not? They have like sodas. Kirkland brand soda. Yeah, they have like sparkling water. They don't have like soda, but like they have like sparkling water. It's good. I like it a lot. Alright, let me try this. Okay, but how does it look next to one another? God damn, Kiwi. You're so smart. Smooth stone block. Driving with my darling, faster than I should. Driving with my darling, never if we could. Okay, so what off-brands? What about the off-brands that are usually with the Coke? The Coke? I like the noise this makes as well. This one's not bad. I don't like this one. This one's a little too much too. I might do this one, smooth bone block. I like this one. And I like the noise it makes too, which makes me happy. Manufacture the way you make me feel. Not in my Costco? Damn, we gotta get you a better Costco. I'll take you to my Costco. Love is as real as an unknowing bunny. Yeah, this is a lot better. Damn, Kiwi's so smart. God damn it, Kiwi. I feel bad though. I think a body told me to use bone before, but I don't think I found the right bone. So hasn't lived and her lips have not been kissed. I don't know if the sky's really sunny. Get out of my way! Out of my way! Fuck off! You've literally been here overnight. I was playing last night when I was off stream, and you were there. Thank you. Dead. I just don't know it. Along, bouncing away. We're done. Oh yes, I like that. This is good. So tears, bright sunny day. Yet we're lying. Get all dry. For how the rain used to dance with the sky. Look at that. And you were there. And you were there. And you too. The blast in your heart's made of steel. Bunnies that were jumping on a trampoline. Oh my god, I just realized something. I forgot to put a row of this. I think it's because I extended it last night and I forgot. With my wand, I do cool. Yes. Wait, do I want to do it up and down or left and right? Left and right doesn't exist. Cool. I didn't want to break it. I wanted to copy it, but that's fine. Last night I had a dream about ketchup. That you were mustard. I was ketchup. You're usually mayonnaise. Is that weird? I love chowder, man. Bleep bleep bronk. Can't pet that dog! Can't pet that dog! Look at that. Right after me. We listened to this song a lot, and I'm sorry. Run to the box and throw away the key and make a run you. To be young and free. Wow, this looks nice. Damn, Kiwi. I'm like mad at you for not suggesting this before, but I think it's also my fault that I didn't. I really do think that body was like, fucking, you should use bone, but I didn't find this bone because I was too high to look up bone. And I was like, nah, dude, none of the bone look good, but this look good. Ooh, a hug for me? No. Let me not. I want to see. Oh, the archways are white too. Shit. Love you. I'm at a point where I think this doesn't make sense. Let's do copycat stairs. And copycat stairs, man. Copycat. The fucking copycat items are amazing as well. I love them a lot. Might change this so that way we can curve it again. One more step. No rush. When you have a minute, could I get a vibe check in the DMs? I can do that right now. I do like the second one more, but the darks are a little too dark. Or it's my monitor. Hold on, wait, let me put it in. Yeah, I would say the darks are just a little bit too dark. So I feel like oh wait, you can't see it. right here and on the side, we're losing a lot of, like, it's darker because of Maya. Oh, okay, then yeah, no, it's good. I like the second one more. I like the second one more a lot because it's more, I like how the painterliness of the background of the moon is, but I also like that he looks more like he's got a furrowed brow. Whereas this one, it just kind of like looks like they're going, ah, where this one they're going, oh, you know? I hope that made sense. Happy where have you carried all your children? Some peace, so I say. Yeah, you know, it did cool. Me, so I say. Made sense to me. Awesome. I'm so glad. I'm so glad that it made sense to you guys. Yippee! Do you have the object of all the books of mods? Because I was just Ooh. Oh. Well, what books you need? That. Oh. What's new books, manuals, place items back. Wait. Cooking or like a instruction. What's up? What's the matter? Fuck, headache. Oh no, I'm so sorry. Okay. Thank you for the song request. And make sure you're drinking water if you have a headache. And fixed a problem me and my classmate were having for 24 hours. Oh, the witchcraft ones have quite a few of them. What this means. Started at the witch. Sing a song for me. Which at Dodo, this is the okay. Cool. Great. This one, and then our newest mod. These witchcraft, and puppetry, brewing, circle magic, and extraction. I need a crafting table. What am I looking at? What am I looking at? Oh, they're summoning something. What's happening? What's happening? Whoa, it's a dome. I can't get in the dome. Oh, it's a sneaky dome. Oh, it's a sneaky dome. Very cool. Wee. Wee. Maine, how you been? Morgan! Hi! I've been good. How are you? I'm just playing Minecraft on our community server. How are you? Ooh. Trying to come by my books, but Tricky would like to show me something. How have you been, Morgan? Have you been having a good time? I've missed you. I hope life has been treating you well. I've been fine, working a lot. Understandable. Gotta pay them bills. Them bills are expensive. This one lets me through. This one's smaller though. I think this one's smaller. What the fuck? What the fuck is happening? What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? A deepling brute? Oh. Yeah, they are. Model is soon adorable. Is as soon? As soon? I'm presuming you mean so. Badeki. So the different stuff makes it different sizes. I'm gonna go check on the spaghetti BRB. Sound good. Though that don't look like any what? What's that? What are they doing now? The symbols. Symbols are cool. Right click the gold. Ooh. What the fuck is this? Oh my god. You have been smoked. Though that don't look like any Minecraft I'm familiar with. Botted by Crab. This is our modded Minecraft server that I host for our community. Cookie was smoked and I can see a bunch of evil things around us. And it's scaring me. If I didn't add the blooded stone, you would have been smoked. I have not been spared. Okay, I gotta combine the books now. Ooh. Boop, boop. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, boop, boop. I gotta take off all my armor. My goodness. Oh my goodness, thank you. Wait, where's my alert sound? Hello? Alert noise? Well, thank you. Thank you very much for the subbing. The subby bubbies. I very much appreciate you. I'll have to take my background. You can still be smoked if I had your blooded stone. Oh. Wait, I made the new book. But now I gotta go make the thingy to do the thingy with the thingy. I have no armor on, actually. Bat. Where's the bat spawn egg? Oh, what the fuck? Where'd they go? Okay. Wood seeds. Ah. Sheep seeds. So just make sheep? Not wool seeds? What is happening? Bum 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 bum. Boom 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 boom. Oh. A bulb. Take a bulb. I gotta go bath. Alright, I will be right back. I'm just gonna go to the restroom really quick. I have returned. Hello, Meow. I hope it was good. Hello, Rat. Hope you're doing well. Shit, I'm like sitting on my pillow weird. Okay, there you go. Oh. Alright, I'm contemplating something. I want to try something. Yeah. Desktop, this one. Oh. There we go. Wait, nope. Like crop. Oh, gotta crop it a little bit. There we go. And then just want to stop by and say hello. Wish you a great stream. Gotta head to bed and can't let y'all distract. No, you sleep well. Have a wonderful eat. Have a wonderful eat. I have to move BLT. He's too far up now. Actually, no. BLT can stay. I need to put those behind me. And then what if I added... Hold on. I want to try something. Chat. Is it in front of me? Is that too distracting? I don't know. I kind of like how minimalist it is, though. Oh. And then I can scoot. My brain was thinking, but then I forgot. Well, I left class early because of my headache, so now I'm chilling here with all these fine folk. What do you think of the overlay? What do you think of the overlay, Canadian? What do you think of it? What do you think of it? Think it's okay? Is this a bit much? I don't really know. I just kind of full screened everything, so this is like my normal like gaming screen, but it's like I added a bit more of the stuff that I normally have. You could remove the background and just have them walking on the bottom of the screen while gaming. None. I think I get covered by the mixtape though. You still have the I wanna still have the collisions though. Oh. Here? Yeah. So remember you're gonna be put in a box for a second. Sorry. My brain said it was a bit much at first, but without the grass, it feels better. Okay, cool. And this one. Not that one. This one. And then the baby one. And then a ladder. Transparency. This one. I gotta get you guys out of here. Oh, bah. Okay, I think that's better now. And why did the music just stop? Alright. Better? Because we're just focused on the game, maybe? I don't really know. Hold on, borderless gaming on. I might do a different desktop capture, honestly. This one's it's a little different than how, because it has a mask on it. Display capture. Gamer desktop. There we go. I'll be like all smooth. All smooth. There you go. Yeah, there we go. Not too. Where'd the alerts go? Okay, there we go. Sorry, my bad. Alright, there we go. Well, how do we feel about this, Canadian? And sorry, my brain is like completely dead. I guess this is what happens when I don't take Adderall for a day. And Kiwi, what do you think? Like it? Okay, cool. I think this is good if we're just vibing playing video games. Where's the give command that I did? I like this. It works for gaming overlay when we vibe in. Yeah. Like gaming, but not serious gaming, you know? And then we can have, like, when we're serious gaming, we can turn all the additives off. Like the chat and the little milk buds. Actually, I think it'd be funny. I think it would be funny if you guys bumped into me. You gonna turn us off? No, I'm gonna make it so you can bump into me. I've got my eye on you. I've got my eye on you. Okay. What was the command? Yes to heaven. Say yes to me. Now I'll stay. Let's get this one over. With my eye on you. Oh no, that is a ring. Okay. Back. Oh, yes. Okay. What was I doing before this?
Mother, can I sit on your shoulder?
Yeah. Hold on. Oh, that's like a bit much, huh? Hold on, yeah, we can do this. No. Oh, you don't stick. I forgot, I made it so you don't stick. I would just want to save this position really quick. There we go. Got my eye on you. I've got my eye on you. I forgot what I was doing, but that's okay. What's the front look? Oh, right, I need new lights outside. Because now it doesn't look right. I think I want to use a sconce though. Roger. Every all of my please. Is there a creeper that just walked into my house? Roger. Oh, come again. Like I did. I used to say. We'll fall in love again until I... Oh, that wouldn't work that way. Okay, it's fine. But you have fallen to... Set in the dark. And I found out... Ew. I don't like that it sounds wet. What the fuck? You go again. did. Oh, used to say I would never fall in love again until I found her. That I would never fall. Yeah, I'd like it. That was the accent. Cool. I found you. I like it and I don't like it at the same time. To fall in love again until I found her. But I would never fall. It's you I've fallen to. No, found you. Bam, 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 bam. Wall, Minecraft. Minecraft art wall. Art wall. I need it to be short though. I like that one. Open image, a new tab. I love Minecraft. Minecraft is so fun. It makes my tism happy. Oh, I like this one too. The bottom right one. Okay, so it's like half slab. Okay, so half. Okay. I'm gonna use. I think I'll use this. So I need. Copy slimes. Okay, so it's a half slab, full block. I might do the full block. Okay. I changed my mind. Okay, I like that. All right, full block, and then another full block, another full block. Okay, and then staircase. It's a lot wider than I was hoping it would be, I'm gonna be honest, but that's okay, I think. And then I think I do this personally. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Oh, but that kind of look kind of nice though. That kind of look kind of nice though. You feeling calm because I stuck in front of a fireplace with a cup of hot cocoa? Thank you! I'm glad you feel that way. Oh, aren't you sweet? Welcome on in. I hope you're having a lovely, lovely day. Thank you for the kind words. Oh my gosh, you're making me blush. I hope you're having a wonderful day, you sweetie pie. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for the kind words. Have you special? Aw, thank you, Jailer. Story.
Bing, bing, bong.
Bong. Bing, 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 bong. Bing, 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 bong. I'm excited. What wordsmith Kiwi you might have to move over? No, silly beans. Kiwi's job is perfectly fine. Ooh, shit. I like it. Wait, I don't. Wait. Thanks, I guess. Ooh, that's a toughie. I think we don't need it here. I have a race to go to tomorrow, and it'll be the first time racing instead of watching. Ooh, what are you racing? What are you racing? Tell me more, tell me more. I know you'll win. I know you're gonna do great. Top 3, I know it. Whatever it is. If there's a top 3, I know you're gonna get it. in the 6th dimension. But I'm here right now. I can perfectly describe a room with an unnecessary idea that I can't flirt. That's okay, Kiwi. That's why we're best friends. Because I can and you can't. Call on me, can you? On your finger to mine, when your best too thick, and that's alright. 8th mile drag race running a 2000. What's a 2012 Malibu look like? 2012 Malibu? Yo! You're doing car racing! Vroom vroom ka-chow racing! That's so cool! Oh my god! I hope you have a good time with that. And please, please, please stay safe. Please don't get hurt. That's my one wish. Can I have one wish? Am I allowed to wish for things? If so, please stay safe is my wish. Read those pages, you really love me, baby. You have to be, because I know you can get like severe whiplash, I think, from racing and stuff. I don't know if that's how drag car races work. But, you know, regardless, I feel like, you know, putting in the air that I hope that you have no injuries and you do well is like, it's always a warranted thing, I feel. I think there ain't nothing wrong with wishing someone well when they do things like that. God dang it. 6th dimension, my soul vision, let's go get... It's a stock car for now, but I plan on sticking a supercharger in it over the winter. Thank you for the follow! Come on in. That's really cool though. Do you... What's a supercharger do to it? Like, does it like it doesn't give it like a better engine, or is it just something cool to have with the car? I'd love to know more. I love learning. I have that learningism. I like learning things. In the 6th dimension, let my soul get vision. Let's go get it. Let's go get it. Forces more air into the engine to make more power. That makes sense because it would push the cylinders harder. That makes sense. That's really cool. That's really cool. Would you put... I don't know if you're into anime, but you could also, you know, put some animes. You could put, like, who's the fastest horse in Umamase? Fastest horse from Umama. Who's the fastest horse squirrel? Fastest Kanambi with Calstone. Car go broom broom to vroom vroom. That's cool. She's apparently the fastest. This lady... So you could get an anime card sticker of her, and then you'd go real fast. Or it could be funnier, and you could just get a sticker of the literal horse, and then put it on the car, and like pat it like you would pat a horse, and be like, "We got this car." I think that could be funny. Oh, close your eyes. You comes to darken, fading summer skies. Breathe, breathe, breathe. I love this song. This is such a nice song. I am gonna curve this with the... Oh, I should... Oh, shit, I forgot I made a window last night to mark where I want to curve it. I think it's like one down though. Go this way. Yeah. Oh, that was actually very clean. Dang it, this problem. I also cannot see. I'm gonna be plastic dipping the car and making it colored. Oh, whoa, that's so cool! Like an Itachi car. Itachi car. There's a couple of really nice anime wrap cars I see around town. So it depends on the anime wrap. I'm gonna be honest. Some of them anime wraps will be a little silly. Oh my god, I forgot to tell you, the truck I saw wrapped like BLT car. What the fuck are you talking about, brother? What the fuck, did you take a picture of it? Pixar didn't happen. Man, it's so cool. So we have writers in chat, we have coders in chat, we have artists in chat, we have hardcore gamers in chat, and now we have our very first fucking speed racer, bro. This is so cool. We also have athletes. We have athletes because Shadow does like sports stuff. I forgot the thing that he did. Don't tell him I forgot. Oh, fuck, what was the thing he did? He did a thing. Sadly, no pics since I was driving. Oh. Very valid. Okay, I cannot be mad at that. Ew, you can see my paw. Fucking taste it. What's mine? Take it. This is how it's so close. You forgot what he did? How dare you, Elaine? I thought we were all special to you. I'm sorry. I just know that he went to Florida and he went to the beach. I'm not good at remembering sports. I'm actually not really good at remembering a lot of things, to be fair. I'm gonna ask Shadow. Where's Shadow? I gotta ask now. I feel bad. I can't look in the server because we changed all our names. Ninko, Shy, Shadow, what was the sport you did in Florida? Florida, I'm so sorry, I forgot. Because I know they do bowling. They do bowling weekly, I know that. It had to do with like a ball, like a baseball t-ball kind of thing. Fuck, I forgot. I'm sorry. I'm such a bad friend, I forgot. Sorry. I'm sorry. Oh. Like, that's really short. Am I sure I want to do that? I do. Oops. But I remember, like, a lot of other things. You know? Like, it takes time to learn new things. Teach an old dog new tricks. I found out what it looked like and I put it in the fridge. Wait. Oh. Fridge. I love it! I love it! Have you forgotten what I do? I mean, ooh, okay, I'm scared now, because what if I say the wrong thing? Oh no. I believe from the data my brain has collected that you, Canadian, do coding things for video games. Smile? Smiles very hesitantly. You see a bead of sweat just drip down my face. Oh, please stop, you're scaring me. Okay, for now, I think we could make this into a wall. Who's in control? It's one of the 4 things I do, so I will give it a pass. Yes. I can translate. What does this mean? What does this mean? She said help. Damn, don't out me like that, please. please, I have my phone for a reason. Listen, okay, on God though, real talk right now. Would it be weird if I kept like a little like digital diary of notes of all of you? Would that be weird? I feel like it wouldn't be that weird. I feel like it'd be kind of cute if anything. You know? If you need to like bed. I feel like it could be cute. I don't know. Maybe? I don't know. Is that creepy? I don't know. Now I feel awkward. I don't know if that's creepy or not. I hope it's not creepy. I like to try to remember things about you guys. Not really. If it helps you remember, do it. It's kind of cute as long as you stay a friend. The moment you become an acquaintance, it may be a little creepy. That's valid. I feel it would only be for like regulars, like Kiwi, Vexed, Chaler, Canadian, you know, Buster, you know, like that. I just feel like you think I have notes like that when I make callbacks. Sometimes feel like you think I have notes. Well, yeah, because I don't remember people remember things about me. You're try, but I don't think I'm gonna have anything noteworthy to say. You like Kingdom Hearts? That's pretty noteworthy. Fuck this. I don't care if I'm not allowed. I'm buying a fucking candle for my. I wasn't playing. What did I miss? Is the guy smoking again, first of all? Second of all, I'm sorry. Third of all, we were talking about if it's weird if I kept like a little online diary of like things I remember about chat. You know? I thought that could be cute. I would never share it with you guys though. Only for $1 million will I share it, because I don't know, I might write some nerdy shit in there. Get a Miltic for the candle so you don't have to. Ooh, that would be nice. I think for now you could probably just do with a normal candle, but then like when you can afford one, you should get like, yeah, like a wax melter, because then they can't get on you because it's wax. Each way. Should I do that as a way to keep tracking of friends? Hog. Bet, we're gonna make one right now really quick. Ready? Spreadsheet time. I just want to make like a cute one really quick. Shaking head IRL. Why shaking head IRL? Oh shit. I didn't mean to do this. Stream Wans. Ooh. Yep, that's what I'm naming it. $1 million, you heard how our seeks are cheaper than a titty. They're not secrets, though. If you're telling me secrets in Twitch chat, I don't think that's a me problem. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna be honest, I really wholeheartedly, oh my god, why was that lagging? I wholeheartedly believe that that is not a me problem. Or that exists. Yeah, pretty nice. Boop, boop. Name. I think I want to do it like this. Bingoland, Bebanu. Chat, she's writing down the crimes we admitted to. Chat, it's so over. And be honest, I didn't really think about that until this very moment now that you've said it. And now I'm contemplating it, but I don't think I will do that because I think that there is more that I could be blah 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 for. I can't think. My brain is dead. I'm sorry. That was a long pause. Yes, because I was thinking, so, okay. It was a very long pause because I was talking to Pixels about the edit that we made yesterday. About like, hey, who's Elaine? And then I like just slapped in as many clips as, well, not as many clips, but I just slapped in a bunch of clips in there. And like half of them were like me talking about dick. And he's like, maybe that's not all you talk about, but maybe you want to do a different one. And I was like, ooh, maybe you're right. Maybe I should look at maybe doing other clips. Sorry to flashbang. Oh my god, this is so bright. Okay, we'll just keep it like that for now. I've never committed more than trespassing, and felony speeding. I mean, speeding when no one looks, whatever. I openly admit to allegedly doing worse. What? I won't openly admit. I ain't done worse. Writes a program to hide all crimes I've committed $1 million, and I add your crimes to the hidden list. That's funny. Can I make some? I actually do want to do this though. I was like thinking about this the other day. I just made a root beer float with completely homemade root beer ice cream. Yo! How do you make homemade root beer? How do you make homemade root beer? I've never made, I even made the root beer. How do you make the root beer syrup? What kind of adult chatter is this? And then I can do like a little description. What kind of chapter? Yeah, isn't that cool? Isn't that cool? They also are a pod racer. You boil the root beer, duh. I don't like that idea. I've seen people like boil soda. I don't like it. It looks really weird. It's 6 o'clock. Oh my god, Jack Black! Oh my god. This is the perfect time for me to pop an edible. You boil the beetroot, duh. Oh. As much than a normal candle. I'm just gonna order one. Fuck yeah. Anise extract, vanilla extract, cinnamon, allspice, cloves, mint, and orange peel. Interesting. I need help opening this. I don't have my scissors. Pixels! Pixels! I forgot TikTok shit. You have an hour. Give or take an hour. Well, no, give an hour. Give an hour. A loose hour. I got it. I got it. I got it. Too slow.
You gotta wait.
You gotta wait. I
chill.
Pixels is being mean to me, guys. Job. Oh, wait. Dun 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 dun. Job. Have job. I should spell job correctly. Apparently the teacher make food with soda. Huh? Close enough, SMH? What? Because it was allowed to be mean to you? Okay. Fine. Favorite things? Disliked things. That is pretty good. Oops. Oh, you're right. Destiny. The 10. Maybe like 3. This gets combined. My wax melter will be here in 2 days, Pog. This one. I miss Jack Black. Oh, wait, hold on. Change? I don't think I did. It's too light. Oops. There you go. Oop. Sit. What? I just had a bunch of Baby Bell cheese. Ew. What's wrong with baby little cheese? We'll do 15 times 3. Chat, what's 15 times 3? 1545. It took too long. Now your candy's gone. Ow. Huh? Huh? Oh, that's not the right color. I better be on top. What? What? Wife is top. Wait, I need wax, so you do need wax. Because best wife, you best wife. 45. I had to turn 5 times 9. That's valid. Yeah, that's valid. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45. Makes sense. Getting more saturated. There we go. Now, okay, I'm gonna do big TikToks BRB, no problem. We'll start with Rainer. And then we'll do... Oh wait, we should do Mew. She might laugh. Well, Mew's like my... Yeah, no, it's fine. Well, I was like, Mew's like more than just chat to me, so... Well, that's okay. We'll do them all. Canadian. Woo! There's no order to this. Problem books. Okay, I think I spelled that wrong. Text. Whee. Is that how it hurts? What? What? Lexend. Bigger center. Oh, yeah, I could do that. Lexend. It doesn't work like that because I'm doing combined things though, actually. I'm doing combined, I'm doing combined thingies. I'm doing these are combined and it won't sort if they're combined. I'm gonna bring people up though. I should do like how long, like follow age. Try to see. Lexend is nice. I like Lexend. I'm gonna make these bigger. It's in heaven, and it's in heaven. Okay. And then I could do like a thing where like I go through like follow age, I think, and then go from there, I think. But I will do that later. There's a thing called manual sorting. Okay, well, I'm gonna sort it by... I'm gonna blow your mind some more. I'm ready. What was I thinking about, though? I'm gonna do it by follow age, I think. Except for, like follow age by active, like, most active and follow age. Making apple pie moonshine? I thought moonshine was illegal. Is that old? Is that old information? I mean, that's not a thing anymore. But that's really cool, though. How apple pie moonshine? How does one make apple pie moonshine, though? Not old. Not old? That's illegal? Think making it is illegal? Okay, then we're not making moonshine, obviously. We're just making apple pie vodka. Apple pie vodka-rini, obviously. It's legal if you don't sell it. Oh, interesting. I did not know that. Depends on the state. Ooh, that's valid. That's valid. That's valid. Actually, no, that could have just stayed. Actually, I prefer it to stay. Write a song. I belong with you. You belong with me in my sweet home. This needs one. This one doesn't. Would that be uneven though? I don't think so. Most brewing, distilling laws are based around selling it, but most states are more strict. Oh. That's a cute emote. Next to me. You with me in my sweet home. You with me in my sweet. I want this to be too tall. Moonshine is sprouted corn. The corn where you soak it, it makes the corn where the corn where you soak it to make it start growing. Oh, I like rice. I soak rice. Was rice frozen water? One, two. Alright. It's still off. What the fuck? What? 1, 2, 1, 2. What? Oh, it is off. It started splitting open naturally, but I added cinnamon, allspice, orange peel, and cloves to it with applesauce. Applesauce! I love applesauce. That makes even 1, 2. This is it's a grand. Yeah. It's because this wall is one back. It goes in one. 1, 2. And then I need slabs. Slab. 1, 2. 1, 2. And then full. And then half. And then slab. Oh my god. It's fermenting now. We'll distill it Sunday or Monday. Cool. So not only are you a speed racer, you are also. Oh, I need to bring this down one. Not only are you a speed racer, you are also a fermentation wizard. I see. This makes sense. I want to be honest, it pisses me off that this isn't even, but I think we're just gonna have to live with it. I like it. I think I want this to be like this though. Yeah. And I combine the hobbies and use the moonshine as fuel. That would be crazy, bro. Moonshine fuel? That would work pretty well. I feel. And this one. That is one thing I plan. Oh, is that allowed though? Would they be okay with you doing something like that? Thank you for the song, Ref. I went too high. Let's go! Redneck activities, let's go! Oh, I didn't copy those shit. I need those lights. Light, light, light. Ooh. Oh no! The same over here it is. Oops. Not there. It's not the same. Boop, boop, boop. It is allowed. Moonshine makes less power than regular gas, but it also runs cooler. Oh, I didn't know that. Hello, what's up? Welcome on in. Thank you for the vibe check. Oh, we're having a wonderful Friday. There we go. Oh, I'm gonna go home. Understandable. Yeah, there we go. Average operating temps of a car is about 200 degrees. On moonshine. Oh, really? Wow. Working on 2 light up K-bands on my back. Oh, I'm sorry, but hopefully it'll be over soon. Should I have like stretched the wood up? I feel like I should have. But this area looks good. I like this area. But then like this side. Doing lightweight work, gathering empty boxes, and do a go back. What I did. Take care of yourself. Shit. Aw. Yeah, I like that. I like that chat. I like it. I don't really like this. So I'm like conflicted. I should just see how it looks with the wood. I don't know how I feel about it. I think it looks better, but I just don't know how I feel about it. Got a what? BJ lips. What the fuck? Hello? Maybe the first song on the music of the Raz Eyeshadow? Sure. Sure. I'm going to watch some shows. Love you. Love you. Have a good time. Watch the shows. Here are the head hats. Oh my god. Yeah, all the hats. I like this. I see, I see, I see. I guess what would break it up is if I did like more slabs here. I don't really wanna. I do think I know what would look better though. And then I need smooth. I think I like that a bit more. It looks so good on this side, even though it's uneven. But then this side doesn't have like that thing, this thing. I think it's okay though. This one, this one, this one. Oops. Ooh, unless I like this. Oops, oops, oops. Ah, my nose. I don't. I don't understand how this side can have one, but the other side can't. So, is this thing intentional where you kind of sound like you're mooing, whether it is or isn't? You're pretty, oh, thank you! It isn't, but I'm glad you think it's cute. I just go a lot because my brain is open. My brain's just a little open and I'm just a little bit slow. Gonna try something, I don't know if I like it. Try it. You might like it. Boop, 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 boop. Oh, poop. I replaced the copycats there. Okay, we're good now. Boop, boop. Yeah, I like that. I like that chop. I have ADHD, so I do have You have vocal sims too? Yippee! My current one is this one from Outer Wilds. I've never played the game, but I got a TikTok one time where the guy was like, he was landing on the sun's space station in Outer Wilds. And I got addicted to singing the song that's in it and the way that he sings it. It's now a chat command because I like it so much. I kind of like that. I kind of like that chat. Yes.
Chicken jockey.
Oh! That was awfully rude. Kinda scared the shit out of me, thank you very much. Fucking dick butt. Kinda scared the shit out of me, if anything. But it was a good tier 1 because that one was chicken jockey. But goddamn, did that scare the shit out of me. Chicken jockey. This one. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. That makes a bit more sense. Oh, it doesn't make sense that we're here. Yeah. Wait, this is wrong. Gotta scoot it up one. Very cool. Like the guy's voice. 10 out of 10. Perfect timing. I like the guy's voice. It was pretty cool. I like the parts a lot. I don't really know what the story was about in that song, but it seemed pretty cool. Looks pretty good. I was a fever. Then I had it believe it. I like it. It's on the way. This. Do it correctly. There you go. I like it. Makes everybody go, yay! I love sharing. Thank you. I will cherish mine. I'll petrify it in resin, so I never have to lose it. Oh, tell me now, you know. Okay, what is the entrance look like? I wanna finish at least the entrance area. Is there anything else in the entrance area that I can say? You takes me out of way. I think other than like decorations, not really. Alright, I think I'm just gonna light the place up and then organize my fucking inventories because my inventories are hot garbage right now. And I quite like these sconces, they're quite nice. And around you go. Oh, now tell me now, tell me now, tell me now, you know. Are you sure? Welcome back from the ad. Want a break from the ad? Let's see how white it is in here. I'd rum to the ice cream too. Could I have mine without rum, please? I'm actually not very good with alcohol. I don't like how bitter it is. So if I could have mine without alcohol, that would be really awesome. What the fuck? Okay, when I'm the only one who would stay. I'll fix it later. You like to go through which one of us is changing. Actually, I want a chandelier. Something in the way you move. You feel like you can't live without you. You stay. Just extra, like the little extra, just rum flavor. Wait, what? Just extract, like vanilla, just rum flavor. So vanilla extract with rum flavor? What? Elaine is confused. You will also learn if you hang out here often that Elaine gets very confused very quickly. She's a little. I'm a little stupid. I'm honest. I'm a little stupid. Hey baby girl, how you doing tonight? See what you got in store. Okay, we need more light, so I'm just gonna put one here. Give me some more. Be your man. Wherever you. Oh, I don't have stairs inwards. I know it upside down. In the front. Are you a maincoow? Yes, I am. Good job. Yeah, I am a cacao. A moo mow. I forgot what I was doing. The edible may have kicked in because I forgot what I was doing. Oh, I was gonna organize my inventories. That's right. Okay. Blet. Blet. You deny. That can be furniture. Man. Okay, yeah, that's that. Okay, cool. But girl, what you doing tonight? What you got in store? You know when you dancing on me? Man. You have to transfer. Whatever you want. This one could be mob drop, so it's this one. Falling star. Not this one. This can go in here. This. Ash, squid, this one. Slime balls, these ones. This one doesn't go in here. Make me wanna dance. Make some more and you wanna dance. Where's my flower chest? Oh, my flower chest is full! No! Okay, I put the rose in my backpack. Actually, grave dust belongs in here. Dark gems belong in here. The skull belongs in here. This doesn't. Ooh, I have a brewing stand. Oh. The luxury of flowing hair, so maincoow was kind of obvious. Thank you. Oh. Not everyone sees it. Not everyone sees it. Well, I think I've had times where people call me a demon cat, and I'm like, that's not the play, but I guess I get it. Say, baby. Baby. Oh, that was right? Yeah, okay. Weapons, tools, resources. No. Oh, I need another chest. Oh, fuck. Oh, I have an enchanting table? What the fuck? Where did I get this? That's what this room is for, so I'm gonna put that there. Body on my body, and the body on my mind. Loving carry on this time. Be mother. Just one another. I broke it. Oops. Oh, it didn't transform. Oh. Down into your body was. I need this. And then you go there. And then you go there. Pick these up. Put these in my offhand. Modron spores. Oh, this one. Yeah. I won't put weapons. Weapons. Arrows. This is a weapon. This is a weapon. Is that a weapon in your pocket, or you just happen to see me? Oh my god, my nose. My nose itched. Make me down your body does. Magic. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Magic. Door. Magic. Remove. This goes in my backpack. Healing potions. Magic. I didn't like those doors at the end of the day. They have a spooky face. I thought it was a butterfly, but it was a spooky face. Oh, I need like a siege chest. Hooray. Gonna mix the armor shit for now. And tools, I guess. Me down into your paradise. Like a furniture chest? This is the furniture chest. Furniture. This needs to go in my backpack. Onions? I have no onions in here. Fuck! This can go in this here, this can go in here. Lens is a crafting item, so that'll go. It's dropped from something though. Yeah, this one's dropped by the Duderino, the floaty eye that floats around. So... What the fuck? I mean, I don't have room for this. I guess I'll throw it this way. I actually kind of want to switch these. I like Shakira, she's pretty cool. Dark gem magic. Drop. This is magic. Back to work I go. Love much, y'all. Bye. We love you. Have a good time. Don't die. Need water. Nom 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 nom. All right. Shadow said it was okay that I forgot, and it was the sport that he played is softball, so suck it. He said it was fine. Is that all? No, it's not. Stupid. Oh, this is like a mix of stuff. Okay. So some tools in here. I'll keep this on me. I'm gonna keep this on me. This on me. This needs to be thrown away. Witch hat, magic. Put that there. This one's magic. More bottles. Mob drop. Oh, this is body's head. Oh my god, these are special items. Hat. Oh. Hey, my Muramasa. Okay, Dickerson, it was a lot of Charlie Kirk, so I had to be selective. Thank you. I appreciate it. No, we just want to have good vibes in here. Good vibes. Land. An egg. I'll put this egg here. Magic. This one. Seeds. Arm. The arm goes in here. The zombie flesh goes in here. Seeds have nowhere to go. Armor. Ooh, mob drop is this one, or is redstone. Echo shard, I think, has to go in here. I only sent like 2 Charlie beeps. Lol, let me know if that's too much. I think it'll be fine. But as long as, like, you know, they're not super depressing, super political, or super duper mean. I think that's like my main things. Meet. Hello. Sugar, gunpowder goes in here. This is magic goes in here. This is a resource goes in here. Rushan, I'll make this one into stone. Oh. No, it's not that bad. Okay, then we're fine. Star icon. I want the 4-pointed star. My eyeballs. Oh no, that is not pretty. Yay. Playing Starford with Cheerful and Via. I hope you're having fun. Excuse me. Excuse me. Boop. Boop, boop. This goes here. Can I place this wine bottle? I can just drink it. I'll put that here for now. Alright, so I'm gonna break this one. Ooh. What the fuck? There's a crossbow in there still? Give it. Give it. This is from the backpack. It needs to get broken. Put this here. Yippee. There's a berry in here. There shouldn't be a berry in here. Thank you for the head pats. I need another fucking 3 rows of chairs because I forgot things. Okay. And then... oh, I'll sleep. I'll sleep here for now. Oops. There you go. Thank you for the cheek pat. Ooh, thank you for the song request. Oh, this is a lot of magic stuff. Backpacks. Oh, these are horns. And there's a music CD. I think the rest of this is magic. Or close to it. Oops, shit. Wrong. Magic. First song for the upcoming season. Oh, I like. Bruh, my brain, like, is completely off. It's like, I go eep now. I'm like, no, don't go eep. Son of a bitch, don't go eep. But nope, it's like honk shoe. I like this. Boop 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 boop. I'm gonna take seeds out of here, or non-seeds out of here. Sugar. That's a very Halloween song. Ooh, I love Halloween. I love Halloween. It's my favorite holiday. Do you have a favorite holiday? I apologize if I seem eepy. The edible has kicked in, and I'm gonna be honest, it has made me a bit eepy. But I'm doing good. We're not gonna stop stream anytime soon, and especially because we haven't watched our daily TikTok. Or daily, our weekly. And the seeds up here. Coconut and light that shit up. You put the weed in the coconut and you light that shit up. You tell him, Olaf. Fucked it up already. Seeds. Oh, yeah, the chest. Mine too. Fuck yeah. What are you gonna dress up for Halloween? Like, do you have any plans for what you're gonna be? Avocado pit as a seed. Avocado pit as a seed, brother. That's a seed if I've ever seen a seed. What the fuck is this? A pitcher pod? What the fuck do pitcher pods do? Pitcher pod? Is that a seed? The fuck? Pitcher pod? Pickled pitcher pod? What the fuck do you do with pitcher pods? You can make a seed pouch. Whoa, you make a seed pouch? Oh. What? Bookmark. Probably will hit the bar, find some events. Understandable. I hope. I don't know. I just want to play spooky video games. Oh my god! Vex joined the server. Vex is in the server. Oh, my ear itches. Aren't the pitcher pods used for breeding the big colorful creatures that Minecraft? I think aren't those? They look different. I think. Ooh. What the fuck is it called? Sniffers. Sniffer in the Minecraft. Sniffer in the yeah, sniffers. What the fuck? What do you feed them? Breeding the torch flower. You need a torch flower. They look like this. My ear itches. My ear itches. I'll fix it. Sniffers or whatever they're called. Yeah, sniffers. I have a sniffer. But I don't know how to... I don't know how to, like, make him get out of the egg. How do I spawn him? Spawn by hatching sniffer eggs found in suspicious sand from warm ocean breeding. Sniffer egg. Sniffer egg is a block that can be brushed out of suspicious sand in warm ocean obtained by breeding two sniffer. It slowly hatches into a snifflet when placed as a block in the world, which takes half as much time when it is placed on a moss. Okay, very cool. Mine. How do I... Sniffer eggs do not require a supporting block below, unlike dragon eggs that are not affected by gravity. Sniffer eggs crack over time, hatching after cracking twice. They hatch faster when on moss blocks. Sniffer eggs hatch in about 10 minutes on moss blocks and take twice as long on moss block. Sniffer eggs do not need to... Okay. So I just place it? Okay. Hold on. Do we have any... Let me make like a fence. Hold on, wait. I have to do... Hold on, wait. We'll have this be the sniffer's room. Thank you for the head pat. I'm gonna spot him. I have a little baby. Oh no, where did I put the egg? Pat, I don't know where I put the egg. Oh, there it is. Okay, and now I gotta make... like a gate. The fuck? Hold on. Where are my sticks? Give me sticks. Boop, 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 boop. That's not what I want. I think it's actually this way. Okay. Thank you for the paps. I appreciate them. Oh, fuck. Think he can squeeze through this? I don't think he's gonna be able to squeeze through this. Okay. Oh, bad. That's a big ass egg. Okay. You spawn good now, little baby. I have to continue organizing my inventory. Boop boop. It makes me upset that these are oak chests. The heroes was hello! Welcome on in. How are you doing? Hope you're having a lovely, lovely day. Lovely jubbly. Boop, 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 boop. Okay, my brain's awake now. My brain is awake now that we decided to do that. Also, I do want to make... I don't want to make a thing with that. Any more seeds? Seed. I wonder what seed will come out of that one. Seeds. You sent me your way. My wow! Oh, it's so nice of her. Don't you just love her? She's so wonderful. Where the fuck did my upgrades go? Gives the hero just a room. Wait, can we draw one? Wait, I want to draw one really quick. Oh my god, yes, let's draw one and then put it in the stream avatars. And then you guys can have them. You can hold them. I'll give everybody one. I can't. Hold on. That's right. Where's the gear? Where's the gear? Gear aspray. Okay. New layer. I'm on a side quest. Root beer mug. We're proposing. I know, right? Like, fuck, brother. Should we do like this one, or should we do like the wood ones? Like the wood ones. Ew, this is weird. ADHD side quest. Let's go. Oh, my rib hurts, guys. Sometimes my titties make my rib hurt. Oh, I'm fucking stupid. I kind of want to make the wood ones. It communicates the contents better. Okay, never mind. Drying set glass. Copy image. Okay, I will wait. Glass root beer mug. I think it would be like a beer mug, but it'd be root beer color, right? Copy image. Okay. I'm gonna turn. No, I'm just gonna make him not as bright, so that way. I mean, a foam and tank of ale. That's understandable. I've only had ale like once. I thought this was the circle tool. I don't know what the song is. Actually, it's too thick. It's too thick. To like 4. Yeah. Okay, that's not what I want to duplicate. Feel like, oh. Alright, and then we take this, so we make this 4. Let me bring this down. Bring that down. I'm a little too high. My brain is like, I don't know what I'm doing. Then you go back to root beer. Root beer's got like the foam top. Okay, so it's got, what color is this? Boop. Need the color. This color. New layer. I feel like I should be using the circle tool. And then we can duplicate it and bring it down a little bit. But the top of it is like a little bit lighter, isn't it? I'm so excited to go get some food from 7-Eleven because the dining hall is buzzed. Why 7-Eleven, my dear? Why 7-Eleven though? Like, there are many places you can get, you know, food, and I feel, right? I feel that that's just not the best place to go. 7-Eleven's open and close. Okay, but what about somewhere else that's open and close that might not give you the shits? I have to take the tram for anything else. Okay, that's valid, I guess. There's a villager in my house. Skill issue 7811. We're gonna give me the shits. Well, I haven't gotten the shits because of it either. I'm just saying I feel like it would make your tummy hurt. You know, like it's not really good for you. Ah, my ear itches. Are we done with the crafting? No. No, I just wanted to make this. I mean, we can be. It can be. I don't like this color. I'm gonna change the... Oh! Yeah, you can change it, and then I can change it back later. Because we might go to TikTok. So if you want to change it to art, that's fine. Fuck! What? Oh, you lost 1,000! Oh my god. See, this is why gambling isn't always good. Ever thought about that? That gambling isn't always good for you? I don't know if I like this as gray. They did it as black. I liked this color. I don't like that color though, actually. That one's fine. That's good in between. Yeah. Ooh. Never. I fucking love gambling and will always win in the end. Okay. Sounds good. Just let me know when you need a small loan of $1 million. Did I not make this right? I feel like I made it. Did I make it too short? I made it too short. Oop. Unrelated, can I hold the dollar? Yeah, I got you. Do you want to hold the dollar or do you want a dollar? Yeah, there we go. Now it's like a whole thing of root beer. I kind of want to do a gradient though, if I can. Oh, holding a dollar means robbing you. Why do you want to rob me? Me. Oh, boy. No one loving me. No one loving me. I pay my mob loans, they'll break my fingies. Just join my mob and I'll beat the shit out of them. That sound good? Liar, liar, liar. I'm so in. Fuck yes. Unironically, if I could have a mafia, I would. Unironically, in Minecraft, if I could have an actual running mafia, I would. God. Don't turn this off. This one, but then make it like lighter. I'm gonna take this. If you start a mob, I'll do the money laundering. Sounds good. Sounds good. In Minecraft, of course. In Minecraft, of course. That makes total sense to me. Alright, now how do I make the bubbles? How do I make the bubbles? It's just like a lighter and darker color? It's like the lighter color from the left side. Oh, from the left side? Oh no. From the left side? Oh gosh. Select, invert. Like that. I think that looks right, and then I just select inverse. Boop. Layer. What the fuck? Oh. The music suddenly changed. I did not appreciate that. I don't like that. I guess we don't have to have the bubbly thing. Because you're not really gonna see it because it's gonna be so small. Alright. I think that's good then. Oh, what? Root beer. Export as root beer. Alright, I gotta restart this thing. Disconnect. Avatars, items, bird, 0.5, plasma pew, wee wee. Oh. Wee wee. Root beer, there you go. And now everybody's gonna have a root beer! It's free! Now because I'm loading it, it's gonna be free in the little avatar thingy. Now you all can have them. Alright, am I done sorting stuff in Minecraft? Bext, are you still outside or are you home? Are you still outside or home? Oh my god. Seeds. Oh fuck. I have it anyway. I wake up, I'm afraid. I need to start growing spruce trees again. Yeah, I need to start growing spruce trees again. Oh my god, there's a car outside and it scared me! There's a lot more seeds than I thought it would gonna give me. Onion seeds. Ooh, truffle seeds. Ooh. Okay, there we go. Yeah. This one. How's the egg doing? Oh my god, the egg is almost cracked. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Wait, what level is it? What level is it? Minecraft. I don't think I need these anymore. Keep that. Keep that one. Are they mean? Very cracked, slightly. Oh, he's very cracked. Yippee! I need to close this window. A little brisk in here, you know? Oh shit. Oh, I was gonna put these on this. Oh, okay. Oh, that's fine. Take this seed, this seed, this seed. This one goes here. This goes in here. Where's my iron? I put in here. I did. My sticks. Maybe for the song request. I have 3 chests. Yeah, because I just want to convert all my chests into spruce, so. Hog. What's up here? Okay, these can hold this then. So many hats. And I will use that. And I don't have enough iron right now to name the sniffer, but I could. I think I have coal. I need to go mining so I can get more coal. I have no coal. I have no coal, chat. Shoot. Shoot. No coal. Alright, well that's fine. I'm gonna be right back though, because I gotta go to the restroom, and then we might transition over to TikTok. it's not unmuted. Hello! I said hello earlier and then I realized my mic wasn't unmuted and then I was like, oh. But hello everybody, I returned. Are we ready for TikToks? Is Kiwi here? Do I need to add you guys in the Discord? I can do that. Wait, did our sniffer spawn? Wait, we can do both. I will add and then I will at Kiwi at Vexed on for TikToks. Oh shit, you're both here. Okay. Wait. I don't want to be on. I want to be on this one. Okay. Want to see if this? The sniffer baby hatched. Look, he hatched. Okay, baby. Oh, I need an anvil. I need an anvil. What are we naming them, chat? What are we naming the sniffer? What are we naming the sniffer? What do we name him? I wanna name him. Are there people stuck in the thing? You guys are stuck down there. Okay. Snuffy? Isn't that a VTuber's name? Nuff. Nuff Nuff. I like Nuff Nuff. Nuff Nuff? How's Nuff Nuff? Oh. I got watermelon and my head wart is died. Good, you were hydrated. How's Nuff Nuff? Do we like Nuff Nuff? Nuff Nuff? Snuffy, the one from Sesame Street. It's not my fault that Snuffy took the name from Sesame Street, or the Sesame Street took the name from Snuffy, the raccoon. And his name is Nuff Nuff now, though. This is Nuff Nuff. Hi, Nuff Nuff. Nuff Nuff, little baby. What do we feed Nuff Nuff? What do they eat? Oh, yours are diggable. Oh, they need like a... Oh, they need like a dirt thing. Oh shit, hold on. Okay, wait, we'll watch TikToks in 2 seconds. I just want to give him some grass. There you go. I guess this is gonna be our, like, indoor farm area, I guess. There'll be pets I want to keep indoors, so... Hold on. Look at him, he's so cute! I want him to stay a baby forever. Man, I just love living so much and constantly around interesting people. And I'm so much healthier with all this walking. Hell yeah, that's a good insight. Or outlook on it? I can never settle in a biome with brown grass. It's the mycelium grass. It's like the mushroom grass. And this is becoming brown because it's becoming fall. Can we keep him as a baby forever? I think that's possible. He's like a weird cow. I love him. BRB sounds good. We'll be here. Aww. You have all this grass now, buddy. There you go. Enjoy the grass. Oh shit, I missed one. Okay, enjoy the grass. I'm really afraid he's gonna escape, so I'm just gonna do this. Okay. Alright, we'll wait for Vex to come back and we'll watch some TikToks. how to keep mobs as babies in Minecraft. I believe you can give an animal growth a value of 0, and this would happen. They don't have growth values. They have negative ages. Once the age counts up to 0, they become an adult. 2 billion ticks, which is more than 3 years. You could also keep the age tag. You could also keep setting the age tag to negative. Doesn't mention the use map. Did you know the command? Could you use a facade to make the fence look like it goes into the post? Well, it's just because this is a half block. Hold on, wait. Oh shit. I'll just do this. If I wasn't dumb, I would have done it right the first time, but like, see, like that? Little baby, I love you. I wonder if the resource pack will work yet. It's animals, babies. Baby animals remastered. 21.20.1. Download. Save. Alright. Wherever the animals work or other are chickens between. Oh, it still doesn't work though. Damn. I just want this never to stay a baby. If you mean some, first tag them, then run this in repeat mode. There is a way for me. Actually, don't think you get a bit sure about that. How to revert it tomorrow. So I have to do the thingy with the tagging thing. So I have to tag. Do this for all animals you needed to stay young. Or if you're more quick, simply ignore the tag and do this for all entities. What if I just want it to happen to one animal? I would like some babies. It means to first tag them. Do things like, okay, I guess we're just gonna make sniffers babies. Are you okay? I don't know your noises yet. Type equal sniffer. Add Debbie. Baby. Add a tag to baby. And then we gotta do execute as wait, I'm confused. Execute as at e tag equal baby. Run data. Merge entity at this age distance name, local name, Salesforce tag Oh. Um. Oh, is it because it's not that S? Dang it. It has to be a bracket, it looks like. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. I don't see age. This level? Grow time. I don't make a baby forever. The way K-Rat will say the baby before. Howdy, hi Rat! Welcome back. Look at the boo. I feel like I'm doing this wrong. Oops. Okay. So this. Negative. Yay! How are you? I'm good. Now it go be baby forever. Yippee! Alright. I think we're gonna go over the TikToks. Just cause I don't want to wait anymore. Bro, I hope that's okay. Just chatting. And put the browser on, turn this off. And then I forgot who we're starting with today. Well, I guess I didn't know in the first place, but. Hi, English! Wow. What? I start with Buffy and with Kiwi? That didn't make sense. Wait, does it? How you doing, English? Wait, no, we started with Kiwi. No, I start with Buffy. We're fine. No Buffy Kiwi Vex. And go check. Right. Down with the EP. Valid. Now scroll. Wait, what was last week? 5th? Okay, we're almost there. Alright, there we go. Alrighty. I think I'd rather go last. Okay. Are we up in lesson 6? Oh, I'm sorry. Aww, I know nothing about this. I'm a little careless. Oh. He's literally gonna be fine. What? Yay! Yes! I can't wait for the new season and the Mighty Nine to come out. I think next month. I think Mighty 9 Season 1 comes out next month. I'm not 100% sure, but I know when it does come out, Pixels will let me know. Hehehe. Ooh. Ew, hand holding. No, ew, we like hand holding. Yep. Mm-hmm. I someday we shall play. That's great. Oh, I've seen this. They did make the sweat ones. Mm-hmm. I mean that is what, but I don't know. I don't understand why she's sad, because that is what she wanted. She wanted to be on urinal kick, but got one better urinal guard. So win-win. Is this the previous set of TikToks? What do you mean? I need to check some pricing. I'm sure it won't be that much. Hey, the darkest side of me. Okay. I was thinking I might have seen them on stream before. No, these ones are new to me. Okay. Are they talking about me because I'm illiterate? I dropped a log. That's crazy. from scratch. Oh, that's valid. I love this cat because my cat does this sometimes. She don't flip though. Nope. Kiwi sent us this. I like that rabbit. It's a good rabbit. It's a good rabbit. It's a good rabbit. Hmm. Minimum of 12. Ew, really? That's a lot. Oh. What anime is this? Eminence and Shadow? Just another lonely night. Hold on, I gotta move you. I wanna move him down a bit. There you go. Oh, it's this scene. So we've had edits on this, I think, before. I think. Oh my god, seizure warning. Christ. Oh, I love her. Tiny Tabasco. Is that a few edits? Oh yeah. That was bubbly, bro. What the fuck? That's not that. Nope. Me think. I'm sure she's like mastered the caveman speak at this point. What? Oh, okay. Mm, 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 mm. That just sounds like a country person. I'd rather shit in my hands and clap. Thank you for the hip hat. Oh! Eh. Oh. A smacked ass. Oh, I was gonna say, because asses can look good. Is it a compliment? Huh? I like outfit? Does it? Div just sounds like a diva. Chicken jockey. What? I mean, you could. I think we say a lot worse. Hot dog. I like that there was onions. The background was onion. Where's the... Okay. Yay! Oh. Huh. I've seen this. I showed this to Pixels because there's one where he was like yelling. What? Okay. Oh, Digibot! Hey, for Hat Pat. Mm-hmm. I like the shirt. I've seen this, and they have a court. This is a 2-minute long video. Huh. At all. He's just gliding. Discipline. Oh. That's a lot. It was very pretty. Sorry, I just realized I was quiet for the whole thing. I was like trying to like understand it because I've never seen that anime. What? Oh shit. Oh, okay. What? Oh. Okay. All right. What do you mean? Oh no. I've seen this. Like I said, it's good art too. Hi, Fruba! What I come into? TikTok time. What? Okay. Skin, please! Smile. Hi, Shams! How are you? Man, this would be so cool if I watched the anime. Oh my gosh, loud. I just visited the Trying Your Very Best factory, and everyone knew you. Keep it up. Aw, that's cute. But it's fine. I'm chilling. I'm glad. I hope you enjoy the TikToks that we're watching. There's a guy with a gun. POV, you build a house without a tutorial, so you have to pull this move. It's gonna be a dirt house. Oh, I see. They're making the framework, but I don't. Not how I do it. I do it from the bottom, and then I make the whole area, and then I do go up. I like the song. This is a good song. What is this one? Whoa. I am always the silly. This is loud. Oh my god. Oh, I forgot to start recording. Okay, we're good now. Okay. Yeah, I remember. There's another one. Yeah, it's such a majestic moment in nature until. Please don't die, 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 please don't die. Oh, thank God. I can't visualize things in my head, so when I have to build my own house in Minecraft, I'm quite literally using 200%. Oh my God! My friend already has that too! That's valid. We were playing Minecraft earlier. We got a sniffer and we named him Nuff Nuff. It was very cute. I think I made him stay a baby forever. Hopefully. Oh my God, it hit him. Oh! Oof. Oof. mm. Mm. Me too. Yup. Yup. I sent that one to Vex yesterday. Huh? Huh? There was no context. Oh no, I don't like these. They make me uncomfortable. A day. I need an awful lot. Oh, look, it's Kiwi. Hey, look, it's Kiwi. Look, it's Kiwi's comment. Look, I can like it. Give the head pat. Ha! Okay. Huh. I sent you that one last week. I don't remember this. Wait, no, I remember the green penis. I remember it. It's like a little bell in my brain. We had that one last week too. Things is okay, scary. Huh? That's cute. That's cute. Did I not save the mango check? Okay. Okay. Now we watch Kiwis because Vex asked to go last. Right? Vex asked to go last, right? But I had to get a quick shout out, I'd rather go last. Yeah. I like whatever that was. This is cute. Don't know what that is, but that looks cute. It be going up to the 7th. Right? The 7th. The 5th. Do you remember the 21st of November? Okay, here we are. Me and the rat, bro. Yes, bro. Green painted. Wait, looking. Oh god, I'm so high. I see about the Forgotten Realms about the war. What? What? Oh. Ooh. The creator D&D has canon Oh. Me. There's just me going up hills. This is me going upstairs in hills. Paprito. Simultaneously? My autocorrect always fixes words that I don't want it to fix, and then keeps words that I need fixed. Meanwhile, yes. Running out of money. Yes, dude. The rigging on this is crazy. Thinking in your butt went in. Papaya. Papaya pap. Papaya pap. You can't park here. Oh my god, that monkey's so mean. Don't give us ideas now. You should call it freezer bird is no! The penis cactus. You're hungry, 1-year-old. You're a hungry 1-year-old. The food is taking a turn too long. You fake, and the freight crate doesn't work anymore. Wait. Damn. Yeah, she's not happy. The baby is not happy. It's hungry. My hand itches. The clitoris. They're dead. Maybe? Aww, that's so sweet. I believe. Oh my god, yes! It's a yarn roomy hair wig. That's awesome. Who's in you, bro? That's my biggest fear. Is crazy. I like this one. I'm in cryosphere. Oh, I just found out to do whatever this is, and I no longer feel like sleeping for an eternity. Oh. Huh? Welcome back! Thank god I don't know several energy drinks. Aww. We do the oh, I was hoping you open his mouth. Huh? Filter and sand. Yeah. Dude, that looks so fun though. Oh, yeah, and then it go into a song and people or just keep watching, okay. Oh. Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't. I don't even know what that other song is. Hmm. Poor skeleton. Uh-huh. Belt to the fourth is amazing. Aww. Oh. Oh, the Academy has a bad track with direct to streaming movies like Nimona Lost as well. Damn. Yeah. Aeronaut. Tyrannosaurus. That baby had no thoughts. His greed sickens me. No. That's all. That's right. Who's fix? It's right. Dude, I saw this. He's playing Final Fantasy. He's not okay, so I know because like in this, they're whipping their camera around, which means they would have had to been moving their mouse. But this guy is holding W, which means he's walking forward. This guy stops, like, he's walking forward, but, like, he turns. This one, it's this one, because it's the camera still. To turn the camera, you gotta use the mouse in Final Fantasy, and you just hold W to walk. It's Final Fantasy. It's Final Fantasy. He's playing Final Fantasy. Wait, where's my phone? Wait, does Android have this too? Hold on, wait a second. Wait a second, does Android do that too? I have an Android phone. I could check with my iPhone, but I feel like it's gonna just happen on my iPhone because my iPhone's an older iPhone. That's the calculator app. I don't want the clock app. I need an alarm. Not now. Make a new one. Guys, I'm scrolling and it's still going. How long am I supposed to do this for? How long am I supposed to do this for? Why did you open the calculator? I don't know. I was trying to spell clock and then I spelled calc. I don't think Android has this problem. I'm gonna be honest. I've been scrolling, but it's not stopping. It's not stopping. Because Android has the same, like, kind of, like, number that it, like, same, like, animation style of it. I think this one's a circle, guys. I think this one might be a circle. Yeah, I think it's a circle. Okay. 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 1 and 100, okay. Stop it. Hi, Candy! I would be surprised if Android pulled the same BS as an iPhone. Yeah, that's valid. Tailless whip score. That was so scary, Kiwi. When I accidentally let my real personality slip and immediately asked if I have autism. Bro, this is me in pixels. Me, I'm the gooner. Okay. He's got a little spitty top hat. He's going. He's going. You think someone's like holding his back legs or something? There were other animals. Well, yeah, but that one was scary. Okay, hold on. Ah! Oh. 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 Mm-hmm. Whoa. Aww. You make a shrimp model as a power-up award or a channel award for like an hour or two. I'd probably just do it until I forgot. Most times it's only for 30 minutes though. I could do it. Called the bear. It's named a bear cat. Yeah, it's like me. Oh shit, sorry. It smells like butter popcorn. That's valid. Power-ups. Nope. I'll make a new one. Add custom reward. Ramp. How much are my other ones? Wait, 1,000. Ramp. 1,000. Here you go. I'm not gonna do it right now though. I'm lazy and high. I will do it on Monday. Someone redeems it. Little Z. Oh my god! I thought that's a cesarean. Like a cesarean C-section? Well, I got a complex now. What the fuck, Kiwi? Oh, it's such an eggy baby. Such an eggy baby. Sorry if I refer to reading as speed book spreading book cheeks. God damn, that was hard for me to read. You know what's not illegal? You know what's crazy but not illegal? You can go to Petco and buy 4 little cute little grievous. Kiwi! No! If you carve a pumpkin in September, it's called... Damn it. Yes. Oh. May the fleas of 1,000 camels infest the crotch of the person who screws up your day, and may their arms be too short to scratch. Damn! They're called cuy in Brazil. The bear cat? I read something that said you know what you named your pet, but have no idea what your pet named you. Yeah, I presume mom though. I was looking found a new sea goober. I'm gonna be honest, his skin freaks me out, but he's kinda cool. He's a bumpy there's a new sea fish called the bumpy snail fish. His skin kind of freaks me out. I'm a dope. I thought about it a little too long. It was triggering my trypophobia a little bit. Guinea pigs? Oh yeah, cause they're like guinea pigs or like Indian pig. Eating guinea pigs is very common in Brazil. That's valid. Yeah, no, we got that on Food Guesser. It was horrific. I wanted to share it to chat, so I showed the pictures in the Discord. It was very spooky. Very spooky. How streamer starts a subathon where chat controls the food. Moo! Yay! Oh, I was so little. She moves, so she chews. I want this. Guys, I want to do this. It's the same thing as a treat idea we had. Remove the attachment, there's only like, thank you. It is cute. It's just, its skin freaks me out. Damn. Where'd the lizard go? Did he shit in the sandbox? They traded! Aw, that's cute. Bigfoot sighting? What? Oh! Man. Oh, yeah. I saw this. Well, I didn't see how it ended because I presume he rips his heart out. Oh, God. Oh. He did. Rich. Huh. Purple. Block. Plant. Oh. Yes, dude, I loved her out. Oh my God, that looks good. I want some. The big company. They brought the rare bluebird from Rio back? What does that mean? It's not instance anymore. Instance? Oh, it's not endangered. Oh, oh, okay. It's not instanced. They're still endangered, but they're not. But they're not like super scary endangered, right? Huh. Oh shit. No, there still are. There was none left in the wild till recently. Oh, that's nice though to know that they came back. They were only in captivity. Oh. I guess it's just the instance got me confused because instance I think is like different. It's Better Call Saul. I love him. I love Better Call Saul. I'm just gonna save this for later. It's 2 minutes long. I love sucking ass shit because I'm bad at most things because I'm slightly above average in a lot of categories. Mm-hmm. 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 It's valid. Aww. Thanks, Kiwi. I'm 2 hours ahead of you. Ooh. Well, don't stay up too late if you're tired. What is happening? What is happening? That book is really good. Valid. How would you do that? Yeah, that's probably not the play. Atrocious. I don't like whatever is going on in that background. That I have a walk-in closet. Oh, yes. Ooh. Not that hard to do. This would be nice, though. Ooh, this is for Kiwi. Oh, yeah. A wine cellar would be so cool. A secret room. Tapestries. My ADHD, though, I think I'd forget I had the secret room. Yes, that's so nice. Persian rugs are cool. Whole ass observer. That's a lot to maintain, though, no? Little pond with a bridge. Same thing with Glass Castle. Also, the movie sucked. Yeah, the but the book was better. That makes sense. I always express my weird little bitchness. I'm a cat cow on the internet. Oh, I got this. I saw this. I saw this. I got it. And then he got cut and then he gave him a band-aid and didn't shoot. And I am ugly. I forgot that was Quasimodo song. Oh shit, he working out. Ooh, he's so tough. Hello. He's cute. Oh, he's that. He's kind of cute. Hello, my darling. Ooh. Well, that was sick as fuck. That was good singing, but also scary. What the fuck? That way when we want ain't nothing but. They put peak characters in VR chat, which I think is crazy. Oh. Imagine none of them made it. I love him! What do you think of Syncred and the Bird? They are also VTubers. They're cool. They're very cool. I like their designs. I want one. Is that a penis? Oh, it's an axolotl. Oh. That is not what I thought it was gonna be. We can be honest. We can be honest here. Oh, he's painting on his smock. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. I hope he like can keep that forever. When your friend is spilling tea and you start getting a little I mean, I do this to Pixel sometimes. Oh, damn. What the fuck? The drama. No! No! Keep your One Piece out of my Minecraft! Not in my Christmas Minecraft server. It's Mars! It's Mars the Hippo! I love Mars. I was watching their TikToks this morning. Mask characters can't express emotion because of the mask. You are wrong. Like, oh, what the fuck? Wait, does he get mad? There's a war of Danny's trying to figure out who Jorge was talking about. Damn. Who do you think it was? Who do you think it was, Kiwi? Thought it was gonna get mad. What the fuck? Oh. Oh. Oh, I knew Danny Moda. Oh, okay, okay. Oh. He was twine. Oh shit, bro. Why'd you go up? Supposed to go down on it. Oh. Oh. Oh, little baby's fighting. Oh my god. I'm scared of the adult. It's gonna get hit. Whoa! Whoa. Little baby. Little baby. I've seen this. Dun 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 dun. Oh, this is the thingy. This is the anime that we put in the TikTok. I will grit through it when I watch it, but not right now. I have a... No, there's a different... Oh, okay. Wait, I will favorite it so I can watch it later. It's a puppy. Why is he holding it like a loaf of bread? Oh. Why has he got clothes on? Oh. Oh, good job. Was so good. Oh, it looked like his spaghetti. So fast. So fast. That's crazy. You are being blessed by the Pugachino. What the fuck? Why are we ending it with that? You're just gonna flip me off at the end? What the fuck? Oh. Okay, you get the tramp checkpoint. I guess I wrote tramp, so it's tramp checkpoint now. Alright, it's Vex's turn. My computer is being like slow or something. Are the websites being slow? I don't really know. It was a fifth? The fifth? Oh yeah, it was fifth. Release show inhibition, feel the rain on your skin. No one else can feel it for you. Tell me that was a good ending. That was a very memorable ending. I'm so locked in bed. Okay. Gotta scroll. Gotta scroll. I see a cow. I'm gonna be honest, I'm surprised none of you have sent me a fat bear TikTok. Now that fat bears are being a thing on TikTok, because there's a fat bear competition to see which place has the fattest bear. But we still have X TikTok, so you could still surprise me. That's from Moon Bitch. I love her. Scrolling. Wow, TikTok is being so laggy. Ever since they updated it to have the new UI, I feel like it's been laggier on the PC. I don't think there's any boars. I see you. I believe. I'm gonna say Russia or Canada has the fattest bear. Yeah, probably. I could see. Ooh, I feel like Russia could have the fattest. Oh, maybe it is Canada. Wait, that was a fifth. Okay. Wait. Yeah, okay, here we go. Okay. Oh my god, it's so slow on the computer now. The update. This is what I think it is. TikTok? 25 bears in San Francisco? Damn. I'd say Canada. Yeah, I'd say Canada too. I feel like it's Canada. Valid. The PC app ain't too slow for me. Oh, maybe it's my computer or something. Oh, you know what? It's probably because graphic acceleration is off. This website probably uses graphic acceleration now. Yeah, and they got me going. Oh. Ha! I like the car just swinging in. That was pretty sick. Saw Dave's. Love that chicken from Popeyes. So you think this was last week? Was it? Did I go too far up? Am I going too far up? Beep or boop or checkpoint. Oh, maybe I did go too far up? Oh no, I did go too far up. What the fuck? Wait. I don't remember. Wait, do I remember? Wait. No, I don't remember those ones. You forgot that. Oh, fuck. But you only send them to me on the day. So starts at the USSR in it. Does it say USSR in it? Oh. Oh wait, what the fuck? No, I think I just clicked the wrong one. Maybe? Barb. That's a snake. Starts with a kitty, okay. Okay, I think the site might have lagged then, because I thought I clicked the kitty one earlier. I will say this animation does look kind of sick, though. Isn't that a bad guy? I'm pretty sure that's a bad guy. This animation style is kind of sick, though. Not gonna lie. I like it's like animated vintage, like, poster art. Damn! I should play Helldivers again at some point. Ew. I like the caption is, what's Halo even about? When the only 10th. My question. My questions. I would also kind of make fun. I'd be like, questions. Oh, what's this? Halo's about human and they're indomitable humans. Are fuck yeah! The Quizzler. Praying teether. The teething wampum. Damn! It's about how when we work together, we will always win. Tell them, make it count. Damn, damn. Okay. The finger okay? Mwah. Hope I feel better. You're the one that did post it though, to me. Me when ATF shoots my dog, only to find out it was something out with tannerite and then converted into red meat. What's tannerite? What is tannerite? Oh, star. No, that doesn't work. Wait, how do I play this game? Go boom. This was that goes off when you shoot it. Oh. Fog. Frog. Ah. A and Z. Yeah, I would do alphabet flag. Yeah, okay. Star like star. I and D. Oh, I see. That's why he was quiet. I see. I see. Fuzz. ID. I don't know this one. It's just ID. Oh, sorry. Oh yeah. San Francisco. SFS. I don't know this one. Less. Huh. Staff. Oh. Damn. No. Tack? Ugg? Yeah, like the shoe. Yeah, I was having dinner. I will eat my salad. Igor. No, that starts with E. I'm overwhelmed. Aww. That's right. Correct devouring. Go to and delete the weather app. You have me now. Tomorrow it's going to be rainy. I'm not really sure. Sorry. Okay. Sounds good. Cat smears. Maybe the first and the last one. Did I get stuck? What? Sorry, that was loud. I'm trying to eat a salad and I'm really high. No water. I like it. Five. Wait, four. Four? I think me and Buster are trapped behind a lane. Oh! Mm. 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 Mm-hmm. 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 Smartest finance student. That's four. That's true because the fraud is crazy. Wait, Patience, come here. I need you to react to a TikTok. I don't know if he's coming back. I don't think he's coming back. I'll just save it. Okay, I need you to look at this one. I'll read it to you. If vampires can't come inside without permissions, does that mean that you can just keep writing that thing until they can't hashtag the real curse of Strahd? The real curse of Strahd is wild. The true curse of Strahd, dude, is fucking crazy. I should show this to Havoc tomorrow, huh?
Oh god.
It'd be funny. It'd be so funny. No, I'll hype it up harder. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna send it to Rhino because he'll think it's funny, right? And then Ash will want to know, so I'll send it to Ash. And then because Havoc's left out because he didn't get it at the same time as them, he's like, I really want to see it, and Rain will probably really want to see it too. But like, I'm like, oh, okay, well, if your dad wants to show you, he can show you. But then Havoc's really gonna want to see it, and he's gonna see this, and he's gonna be like,
He's gonna be so upset.
yeah, master plan. It just means if a pirate requires consent. This is true. Dude. The true crystal star is crazy. Vampires are little subs begging to fit in. Same, Vex, same. I like spruce more than dark oak. Because I feel like it has a good, like, variety. You're good. Wait, what? What, huh? Okay. Okay, that one was actually pretty funny. That one. Turn it down. Dude, that's so scary. Dark Horse is my favorite, but Spruce is easier for reasons. What? Average day in the Midwest? This is crazy. That is so overwhelmingly amazing, though. I like it. Oh, I passed the idiot going 65 and a 65. I like this. 67. He has 67 meat in his inventory. And the beach. I don't know, still kills me. There's no pixels. I stay out of the way in the kitchen. I go 5 over everywhere and I still get pissed. And I still get pissed like I'm standing still. Damn. No. Oh my god. Ah! Wait, hold on. I want to add that. Hold on. Where is it? Where's piss? Where is it? Where's piss? I know it's here somewhere. Where is it? There it is. Like a floodgate. Okay, ready? Like a... Shit, hold on. I got a little too excited. Like a Coke can with a broken tab. Okay, now that's one of them. Damn, bro, that's crazy. What is happening? It's very scary. That is very scary. Hmm. I'm surprised it doesn't have more likes. Hmm. Hmm. Tutorial. Hashtag streamer. Oh. What was that? What the fuck was that? I got the alt video? What do you mean? Oh, is it the actual one? Like, did they get an actual one? I'm so bad at it. Happy birthday. Oh. I don't know what's happening. Hello. Oh. Cinema. Okay. Oh. Oh, very pretty. I like the blue. Aw, I'm a pink spotted dove. Aw, you're so cute. Dude, I saw those. They're fucking crazy. They're really cool looking though. That's really cool. A wood pigeon. Aw. Ooh, an emerald dove. A collared dove. Those are pretty. I like the noises they make. Oh, a fruit dove is so cute. Rock dove. Fuck yeah. October is a collared imperial pigeon. Very fancy. Wood pigeon. Nice. Pheasant pigeon. I like this one. I like the colors a lot. Very contrasted. Spotted dove. Very pretty. My ninja element is green. Bacon macaroni and cheese. Oh. Hmm. Oh my god, they gotta get it. Oh, this was about the urinal cake, right? The urinal guard? Yeah, we watched this one. We watched this one. Kiwi sent us one. Oh no, Boffy sent us that one. No, watermelon. Oh no! I'm sorry you had a watermelon. I have salad. Do you want some salad? What? When are you dropping a urinal cake again? Dude, we looked it up. For a urinal garden shit, that's like 200, like, 200 for 12, bro. That's way too expensive for me, brother. Like, yeah, it's 200 for a 12 pack. Like, girl, I ain't paying that much for urinal cakes. What? Yeah. Yeah. If you can find, like, cheaper, like, 5 for fucking 100, I'll consider it. So, exactly. Wait, hold on. This sounds like a real tip. Hold on. Is there feta? No. Five? 5 for 100? Oh, no! $5 for 100 of them, Kiwi. Sorry, my bad. 100 for 5, sorry. What's happening? Wait, oh, we were at 30 minutes. What happened? How did we get to 2 hours? Okay. Okay. True. Oh, Boga! What? That's crazy. Oh, okay. That's 100% I love it. Valid. This is true. Oh my god. Oh. If you're sitting on the potty, do a poop. On the potty, do a poop. If you're sitting on the potty, do a poop. That's great. I mean, she's still there. You're probably gonna get married. Oh my god, that would have been a picture of his butthole. Damn. Wait. Oh my god, that would be a sensory overload, dude. Ooh. What is happening? Oh, okay. I don't believe you. Oh, Scorpion is back. Panic. What? That thing was real? Did he just hit himself? Uh. Okay. I'm sure. Not period. I like that. Oh, fuck no. I like the no. Invite it. Oh my god. I ain't going nowhere. If I'm real, I'm probably a few centimeters too tall. It'll be okay, Vex. I'm not going nowhere. Yeah, for 25 cents each, I fucking love that. I'll make it twin. No! No! Dude, that's crazy. It would be crazy, bro. £3 million? Like pounds isn't British money or pounds isn't weight. The cheapest I could find was the deal $10 each, but it gets cheaper the more you buy. That's not bad. Still, I feel like it could be cheaper, you know? I think it'd even be better if it's just black and white QR code, you know? 576 for $5? Bro, what the fuck? Wait, $5 each. I think pretty neat, Taylor. Thank you. And money? Then the money. The money and a cookie. Cause I get a sweet treat after that. So a small victory. Imagine how boring your life would be without my annoying ass. I know, twin. I'm so happy that you're here. Yippee! Sorry, I took out my sandwich. Woo, pretty. I think that's valid. But you have some cool. I want to see the I'm sorry. I want to see the dinosaurs. You zooted today? I am very zooted right now. You're the dinos. We didn't kill the dinos. That's right. It's very deaf. At 2 in the morning? Straight pennies, bruh. Me checking the mirror and myself. Mm-hmm. 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 I fucking love buff girls. Same. No, his butt. No. No. Oh my god. I could go for a butt. Oh my god, he's so angry. Screaming at the food is so real. A rip? That laughter, dude. The name is the boss, baby. What do you mean? Vexed? Don't push me, please. Ha! He was the fruit by the foot. He was the foot. Makes you better throw me off a fucking roof. Hey, it's the bird. We were talking about the bird. The bird. Oh, he's very blue. He's very blue. How it feels when you don't check yeah. Throw by the foot. Sorry, I thought I heard Minecraft noises in the background of this. And I was like, what? I heard it again. Am I in Minecraft? No, I don't know. Oh, this is so cute. Oh my god. No, I heard him too. Bro, right? The fuck? That's crazy. Ooh. We Bear Bears. I love We Bear Bears. Ice Bear is my favorite, personally. I like this POV. The POV. Oh, sorry. What the fuck? Wait, what the fuck? Wait, okay, wait. Okay, sorry. The Mona Lisa, my fave Halo book. The book? I mean, it's a book. That was cool. Mm. Dude, that's crazy. That's kind of spooky. That's spooky. If what is fucking horrifying when you properly know about them, yeah, dude, that looks scary. Trillions. I love this little song from Silk Song. It's very cute. It would be 10-year-old me meeting the flood for the first. I love that. Now that I know, yeah. Probably more before the first string had what? So much Halo lore. So much lore. It's a starless sky, it's a hell that I call. It's a long goodbye on the other side of the wave life I know. Damn. Can eternally since I had you with me, since I had to learn to be so lonely. You ever get a collab with Joel if you let him teach you Halo? No, I wouldn't be against it. I wouldn't be against it. Johnson and Miranda Keys both died not knowing that they... Oh. Stop, True. Okay, okay. It was so bad on launch. Oof. Five frames per fuck you. Sorry. I'm sorry. Don't worry about it. I like that. Is this Vex's all? Yeah, after the cops catch me running naked through Walmart. That's a mood. I love this guy. Doesn't he make shirts? You're watching a rock fall, and then I surprised you. You have been Marcus Poor. I like that. That's great. That's great. Spooky shit happens in Iowa, in my opinion, and Ohio. My grandma from Nebraska. How it feels to go to school with a side infection. Is that how you felt? Is that how you felt? 100% understandable. I do like the cat owls. They're fun. They're very cute. I like them. The art style's cute. I like the little feet. That's valid. What? I can't fucking see during the day. You gotta wear sunglasses. This is weird. The fucking projection of Mao Mao. It was a normal crime pog. That's true. That's true. Oh, I know this guy. Mm-hmm. Dingies is very scary in my opinion. I watch his shit and it's so scary. Who dies in Minecraft modders? Mm-hmm. Damn. Her excuse was that taxes were confused, so she panicked and didn't pay. I feel like that's pretty valid. That's so cute. That's fucking crazy, bro. Yeah, I'm gonna go. No, I go. Hi, Jester. Welcome on in. Oh, okay. How are you? Good. I'm high. Enjoying my TikTok time. Tater tots. Tater tots. Tater tots. Hot taters. Don't be stupid, bitch. You almost had it. If you could. I believe in him. Tater. Oh, good job. Good job. Good job. Oh, good job. I have to save this and send this to body, dude. Oh no. Have you had a dream where you and they did? Yup. Mongolian throwing instead of doing my 3,000 word essay due in 1 hour. That's crazy. True party! This is really weird that this kid can just do this. Like, what? There's a fucking kazoo on that thing? What the fuck? You hum while singing the note. I just think it's crazy that like the kids just had that as an ability. Oranges? Oh. Just wanted to. Oh, hello, honey. Oh, sweet baby Slot. Hello. Oh, hi. Oh, baby Slot. Oh, bro, you're fucking. What the fuck? Oh, I like this picture. Dude, I love this picture. I need this picture, okay. Officer with the gun, fucking. It feels like after every song request. Valid. Oh. Bro, straight up Peter Griffin death. He's straight up Peter Griffin death. That's crazy. When you're going to say on the way to dinner. That's crazy. Damn, what the fuck? That's crazy. Oh my god. Oh, the fumble. Oh, the fumble. Oh, the fumble. Better run, bitch. Dude, that I would have been so scared. I would have been screaming the moment we made eye contact. Valid. To be fair. But it's valid because you need to undo them. A dingleberry? Ah! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! No warning. It's very scary. No doors, no problem is back. Ha ha ha! Hi, Andrea! What is happening? My dreams? You got very scary dreams. Oh! That was crazy. I did not know what I was seeing on my screen. I was very afraid. How y'all doing? I'm good. I'm high as fuck. Can really knock them over because they can have spiritual significance or being used as landmarkers. That's valid. I think it, you know, you should put them back. You should put it back. If you're a person, just put it back. That was scary, but really cool. Yup. The soup store. A duck walk up to the lemonade stand. He said, "Hey, got any grapes?" Sports ball. Yeah, free Shavakadu. God damn it, not again, dude. I was hoping it was different. What the fuck? That's crazy. Really good. I would call her. This is looking actually sick. They're bald. Gwexy. I like that Gwexy. Let me drunk drive on a horse now. I feel like that one's pretty valid. But no, maybe not everything. He's cool, but his skin freaks me out. He's so cute. He smile. He has a very great smile. His skin just scares me just a little bit. I'm added in the D&D Discord or our Discord. Hey man, we gonna be tripping on ass today. You mind babysitting us? Ah! I like that. She says, at least you're not one of those people that call girls mommy. You skipped one? Oh, did I? Oh, I thought it was the same video. Kind of looks like an Oreo. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. That's crazy. That's crazy. And then fucking... I hope he's out there somewhere living his best life. That's... If society falls any further into madness, I'm going to have to turn on my device. I like this device, very spooky. I like it, 10/10. Some alien ship 50 million years getting hit by a manhole cover going, mock Jesus? I like it. Cow goes, oh, the cow! We saw them earlier. Meow. Feed him. Feed the baby. Yay! People, started spending more on that cow. It's on the house, dude. It's been crazy. What the fuck? That's crazy. I promise. Let me get a little back from a dude. I'm expecting I said this letter, but it has my old Gartic full drawing tag. Whoa, that'd be crazy. For Womble, that'd be great though. That would be great. Carrot, carrot. Aww. 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 Never trusting healthy whole grain pasta again. What's happening? No! 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 God damn it! God damn it, Vexed! God damn you! And you're fucking fuck off. Okay, great. I'm ready. Wow. Wow. Hold on. Wall ao gao dao wei meng de nu ren? What? The Ren is scary. I saw that one. I was just waiting for the peak, bro. That's fucking fucked up. He speaks too fast. I can't learn it. When I'm debating politics and the opposition pivots to public transport. This is Pixels. This is Pixels. I mean, women could piss anywhere too. It's just we don't have like projectiles. I'm public transit's biggest fan. Valid. Okay, alright. Crunchy. Oh no. I love seeing faces. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm mushy. Okay, I was wrong. Is he okay? Probably just crunchy, man. No, he's not okay. Clearly. I love this person's art. Is that Judy Hobbs Lover 60 died? An average TikTok, what the fuck? Wait, which one is this one? Is this the thing? Yeah. What the fuck? End update confirmed. I smuggled this out of their office. Minecraft water isn't water because pee is water. What the fuck? Minecraft. Huh? So yeah, I like the low poly look. Ammonia makes Enderman immune to water. They drink piss. Confirm. Ew. I love that. It's today. That's crazy. B41 consulting with the group leader 15 on whether or not we should prank call my wife after hours. Oh. Oh my god. Oh my god. When my mom doesn't win the yep. How I feel about myself. Me to myself. Hey guys, I got my degree from Social Media University, and actually seed oils are bad for you because they did study once where they ran over with a steamroller. That's crazy. My homeboy told me he found the stronghold and then just sent me this video. Oh, what the fuck? What the fuck? Oh my god, did he die? That was crazy luck though. 67 years of oh yay! Yay! Oh, I love this. I have to show this to Pixels. This is so cool. Kirby! Oh my god! Doom. Oh. Parappa the Rappa. Aww. Oh shit, Luigi's Mansion. Oh. Oh my god, Super Mario Galaxy, bro. Fun fact, the first ever video was made at a University of Michigan. Oh, that's cool. The Bunny Bicycle. Oh, I loved One Shot, dude. I love that game. Shovel Knight. Oh, dude, that's sick. We got so much in so little time, and we've got so much ahead. Yeah, damn, Undertale is 10. Yeah, I know, it's crazy. Water buffalo. Well, this guy reminds me of my Grammy. Aww. This is so nice. Pusha. Water buffalo is delicious. I've never had it. Mm. I haven't had it yet, but yeah, same. Oh my god, that looks really good. Haha, it's like he's cheering to my cat. Water buffalo is good. Fuck. Fuck, yeah, that was great. Profit incentivized visualized. Hey Bob, mind if I eat some of the mammoth? Pay me your welfare, parasite. What the fuck? Watch my blind cat realize he's made it to the grass area. Oh, my little puppy. Oh my god, is he okay? Dude, don't do it. Don't. Oh. How can you do these? How can you do these things? Oh god, Jesus. I'm sure you interact as one interest know this with her. Oh, I can't like rapid click it. Bruh. I want so much snow. Same, dude. Oh my god. Oh, we got this. We got this earlier, but it was like a different edit, but it was of this. There'll be 21 pilots this time. There's 21. Remember reach. Remember reach. Damn. I did the super colony. I wasn't there for that though. Negative, sir. I got the gun. Reach was one of my favorite games in the franchise. Damn. Maybe I will have to take up Joel on teaching me hello. That was sick. Damn. I like the timing of it. I like the timing the pacing of it. Next, pick a Halo movie for movie night. That would be pretty cool. Reach had over 100 million UNSC personnel and it fell in less than a week. Damn. Yeah, you put in the movie, I think it's the movie. Wait. It's called Blockbuster. Put the recommendation at Blockbuster. But yeah, tomorrow, as a quick thing before we watch this, tomorrow I'll be hanging out in the Discord from around 2 to probably 3. I'll be watching One Piece, but if you just want to hang out and chat, that's also cool. Yeah. What the fuck? I like this like the POV, like the transitions with the player first person. That's cool. Like, see that's cool. That was sick. I like that. I don't know what that was about, but I like that a lot. You want to be okay watching the live action to get through the first Dark Passage? Ooh, you know what? I might be down for that. But you have church tomorrow, so we can do that next week. Okay, wait. Foxman, but love it. That was all my major oh, okay. One, thank you for the check-in. Welcome on in. Okay, we could do that. We want to do that next week then, since you have church this weekend. We do it next weekend. We do it. We could technically do it later if you wanted. I'd prefer to. But if you don't have church next weekend, we could do it next weekend. And this weekend, I'll just hang out in the Discord or something. Oh shit, it's quiet. I have church every Saturday? Then how do you join us? How do you join us? Do I need to do it sooner? Oh, I see. I need to watch this movie, the new Superman movie. That monster looked cute. It's Peem, so Peem, understandable. It looks like absolute Peem. 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 Oh, damn, dude. Absolute Peem. Sometimes we do it Sunday, but I'd have to do it before 2 PST or start. I think we could do it earlier than on Saturdays. Then, yeah. How long is the One Piece movie? Piece movie. How long is it? It's 8 episodes. Oh. Oh, wait, hold on. How long is an episode? An hour? Oh, that's cool. Hour. 2 p.m. PST. 65 minutes. So we have movie at like 1 p.m. 1 p.m. You wouldn't be able to watch the last 5 minutes, but I mean, 5 minutes. What do you at 1 p.m.? 1 p.m.? Each episode covers a major part of the East Blue Saga. I mean, I'd be willing to do this. 26 seasons, my guy. That's fucking crazy. I'd be willing to do that. Alright. Or we could do an hour. That work for me. 2 p.m. is just when we get ready for church. Okay. I'll also check with Body because Body wanted to watch it. Want to watch anime too. Let me see. It's I like that. That was cool. Aww. Halo 3. We regret being alien sons of bitches. Damn. I love you, Baxt. Aww. Wait. They didn't mention it, but if it tastes under solid, it needs more ass. Interesting. Kiwi, do you want to do it Sunday? Because Body wants to watch it too, but he's busy tomorrow. We could do it Sunday. Like 2 p.m. on Sunday? Or 1 p.m. on Sunday? Maybe it might be better. Yeah, 1 p.m. on Sunday. Pixels has to work, so it would be good if I did it earlier. You got this. You got this. I'm free Sunday. Okay, we'll do it Sunday. Let's do it Sunday then. And if anybody wants to join us Sunday. Oh no! Oh no! No. That was so funny. Oh no, no. Holy shit. Holy fuck, that hurts my tummy. Yeah, dude. Yeah. Oh my god. That's fucking funny. God damn. I love this video. God damn, the roller coaster that Vex puts me through. Me too. Totally. Hmm. Coffee. I like that. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Can you gnaw on the ones? Can you gnaw on the ones that I'm not using? You can plug them in and use those ones that I'm not using, because the ones I need, I kind of can't afford to get new ones. What's happening? Oh, I thought I was gonna sign it. I'll do those ones last. Okay, thank you, thank you. Because by the time you get to the ones that I am using, then I'll probably be able to afford new ones. What in the fuck did he put? Did he put a grill in the back of his truck? That's amazing. That's actually pretty sick. Hey, Macarena. I like that it runs. Even better, it's a smoker. Amazing. Oogie. On down. I would do this. I would do this. Hey, Macarena. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. The class. Yeah. I saw this. It's so cute. I love whoever animated this. You only choose one side. Which one are you choosing? I mean, Halo 2 sounded pretty good. Which one would you pick, Vexed? I got this one too. Yeah, because we both follow Vision. Halo 2, 100% Halo 2. Fuck yeah, guys. I'm glad I chose the right one. I know nothing, but I chose the right one. This looks sick. Whoa. I don't follow Vision, but we've gotten Vision TikToks. I follow Vision, I think. Halo 2 might actually qualify as top 10 games of all time, no lie. God, it's just a peak. That's valid. I like this a lot. I like that they didn't they leveled out the quality so all of them have that graininess. I like that a lot. Ah! Oh my god. That looks so stressful. Don't worry, it don't hurt. None of this is painful to her. Literally, the second you answered that. Chicken beak is mostly hollow and very lightweight, spongy tissue and bone. Oh, so like when we like peel like our hangnails and stuff. Yeah, piece of nail, yeah. Okay. Aww! She looks so happy. I feel like this feels like a really fucking good itch. I hope the bird's asleep. No, she's awake. Okay. Aww, baby. Aww. Aww. Yay! Yay! I'm so she got a little snack. I'm so happy. Oh, we got this earlier. In a fight. I love that. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, what the fuck, bro? Stop that shit. Mood! Not my fault I'm gullible. Oh. And I'd eat everything you make next. I could, not in a fight. The jorking peener. Peener jork. I saw one of these. It was a different cat, but I was trying to get the pixels. Great. Otherwise can't see their owings, but everyone else admires their beauty. Oh, thanks. Oh, you're so cute. Yeah, I love when people eat my food. Yay! It's a good form of affection, in my opinion. Wait, what? Why don't you mind your fucking business? It's crazy. When you're 4 years old, it's just... What the fuck? Aww. Mwah, mwah. So cute. I love it. That's armpit, bro. Let me cook. How elementary school globalism was moving back in the day. I don't know what this means. What does this mean? Let loose, go postal, throw fit, bite that hand, bark at that tree. This is our green. Like how, oh yeah, I like that. I really like this movie. This is a good movie. Dude, this was a good movie. Peem Star Wars. Very Peem. 10 out of 10. The Rogue One so much. Pork. Oh. Oh. Facing all that you fear will free you from yourself. No, does this have spoilers? I can't look. I can't look. I'm watching it. I can't look. What the fuck? Don't worry. It only hit. Fun fact: Stormtrooper Luke knocked out and stole his armor from. The Stormtrooper Luke knocked out and stole his armor from was gay and sleeping with the guy in charge of the. That's crazy. What? I love that. I love that. Today, Kasha bullied me. I love it. Me too. Me too, Vex. What color are your nipples? I didn't like that. How old man who claimed he was. I'm sure. I'm sure. Every time there's a raid. Be gay, do crime. Vex is named crime now. I can see that. Hey twin, just want to say that you're cool beans. Okay, I'm gonna go goon to Cortana. Bye twin, I love you. Okay. Have fun gooning to Cortana. If there's any tasteful ones, you should put them in the deep freezer. You should put them in the deep freezer. Geeked up is crazy. He's crazy. Okay, I'm going to do one thing at milk. I can't type. Oh shit, I have to do the seshify thing now. Oh shit, I should put some in there. Yeah, you should. You're not sharing and it's not very nice. At 1 p.m. Do 1 p.m. I gotta count. I gotta go back. 12, 3, 2, 1. Sunday. Wait, no. Yeah, Sunday. Wait, no. We'll be watching the first episode of the One Piece anime. It because couldn't make Saturday. I finished a whole pizza by myself. I hope it was good. I hope it was good. Thank you guys for hanging out with me, by the way. That was really fun. I liked a lot of those videos. The one where that guy was coughing though, bro, that got me fucked up. Oh, hello. Alright, thank you guys for hanging out with me today. We're gonna go right. Do people not have Discord set to their own time zones? What? What do you mean? Huh? Huh? Oh yeah, let me move. Here, let me move tomorrow's movie as well. Before I forget. Edit this event. Got that magic, baby. Never mind. Ah, okay. Thank you for joining. Thank you for hanging out with me. Alright, who we gonna go raid? Who we gonna go raid? Who we gonna go raid? You guys wanna go Nilbog? Thank you for the stream, boss cow. Thank you for hanging out with me. I'm gonna go play Minecraft. Go be high. I'm gonna go give you to Nilbog. Nilbog is playing. Thank you, Boogie. Thank you. Nilbog is playing Kronos the New Dawn. Thank you for putting in the raid message. Here is the raid. I love you guys so much. So much. Thank you guys for hanging out with me again. Thank you for making my week wonderful. And I can't wait to see you guys again next week. I love you. See you on Sunday. And if not, then on Monday. If you want to use the raid message, you can, but you don't have to. But I appreciate it so they know where you came from.